Okay. Okay. What's that?
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Tuesday, Logic Night on the Level Live. Here we are. Try thinking. Me, Bev. We're going over. We'll go over the rest of the Red's rhetoric argument that I think. I'm just gonna call it the argument, right? Because it's going to be coming around quite a lot. There's a group of people that don't consider it an argument, so I'm going to call it the argument. So it's just so everybody knows which one we're talking about. It's if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other. It follows on from a Euclidean principle. It turns out that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I don't think it needs for us to particularly check that fact. But there's a group of people that says it isn't. That's why I set this up because the conclusion is that all horizontals are parallel to each other. It's a particularly set up as an all, so we can exercise the black swan within it to say that the people that say it's not just need to show us the one horizontal that is not either parallel to another horizontal or parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's all it requires. Very simple. If the naysayers are saying that it's not an argument, then they should be able to come up with a rebuttal and the black swan for the statement all horizontals are parallel to each other. Or just all horizontals are parallel is a pretty simple statement to stay. All horizontals are parallel. Like it's a 4 words. That's it. I mean, that's how we break it down. That's the conclusion. So for the black swan to be shown, they would just need to show one horizontal that is not parallel to the other horizontals. That's as simple as that. So that's what I delivered on Friday to Reg Rhetoric and Steve McRae of the Non Sequitur show. Now, you may not have heard of them. They're not a very big operation. I think they were big back in the day when this arena and the battle was being raged between circular arguments. But now actual arguments have come around. There's no need for these people to be around here anymore. I don't know what they're doing. There is a lot of naysayers. I say a lot. The very, very tiny group of people, but they are persistent and they are pretty vile and horrible, and they will attack people who have arguments. This particular group of people. I've got some stuff for us to go over the logic, but I think oh, I've still got it on there, so let me give you guys the go over the. It got slowed down a little bit yesterday near the end. There was a lot of talk. It seemed like we went off track and got away from the actual debate and into other areas. I'd rather have the conversations with other people rather than people making up arguments for them. So if we can try and stick to what we're going over. If I close that one down, main screen, and put that on there, right, transition that over to there. You guys can see that, can you? On
I can.
Red's Rhetoric. Okay, now this is the last bit of what we were going over last night. I don't know, the recap of Red's Rhetoric and Steve McRae trying to defend the initial argument, like I said at the beginning, of all horizontals being parallel. This is where they're going, so we'll carry on. We'll pick up.
Science.
I live in Euclidean 3 space.
Then you
Yeah,
don't live in reality.
we talk all the time about realizing Euclid,
yes.
but for some reason we stopped at realizing Newton and fucking Kepler.
Yeah,
So
Einstein
Newton
put a
used
damper on a lot of
Euclid.
stuff. Do you know who
yeah,
Einstein?
and
do you
Newton
remember-
also understood gravity. So let's
Do-
let's try this one more time.
It's
So, do you
vertical.
believe that?
Okay, so this is going to come up a bit later on. I've said to everybody, the Euclidean geometry is the only geometry that I know of that goes into 3 dimensions, actual solid geometry within Euclid, book 11. Now, I'm not too sure whether these guys actually know about book 11, the solid geometry part of Euclid. It's the reality part, the part that we use and we apply. Applied geometry in reality is done by surveyors. That's using this 3-dimensional geometry from the plane and perpendiculars to the plane. It's well defined in Euclid. He does define the perpendiculars to a plane. It's that it follows directly from the 2-dimensional. You can then oppose that 2-dimensional to another 2-dimensional with the same perpendicular relationship. That reality check is the bit that I think these guys get upset about. But I mean, obviously, a cube and a sphere and all of that, they exist in reality. They are things. You can have a triangle on a piece of paper, for instance. You can draw a square. That is in reality. That exists in the 3-dimensional world that we all live in. So just because you're drawing a square on a piece of paper doesn't mean it's 2-dimensional and a conceptual. All of the other geometries, the ones that sort of, well, they are completely conceptual. They never make it into the 3-dimensional reality. Steve McRae and Red's Rhetoric, they're going to be gaslighting for this strange place where all geometries exist in a 2-dimensional realm. Well, no, Euclidean is 3 space. That's what we live in my understanding anyway, not Steve's or Red's.
Reality is under any obligation to conform itself to your expectations.
Reality is reality. There's only one reality.
Does it have any
right?
obligation to you in particular?
No. Right?
No.
Obviously
okay,
not.
That's all you had to say. That's all
Obviously
you had to say.
not.
So, if
Does
it
it have any obligation to you?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, that's just the same then. We're all the same. Good. We've got a common ground
to be
together.
imposing on reality a bit. See, I allow reality to speak for itself. And so when you ask me who told you that, reality is what told me that. Geometry, the way it works in reality, told me
like
that.
Pythagorean,
if you were to go out into
theorem,
the field
right?
with an equatorial telescope
what about pi?
and do the North Celestial Pole observation, if you try to attribute that to a flat surface, like what we drew in that graph, it would render contradictory answers. You do realize that, right, Bev?
What about pi? How do you go with that? Because I bet that's got to be troublesome for you, right?
Why is pi troublesome?
Because pi is the relationship of a diameter to the circumference of a circle, and that is obviously Euclidean, because that diameter is a straight
with what I just
line.
Said. How does that
sort of proves
what I just
that
said?
we have at least 2-dimensional circles? So we do have Euclidean geometry there.
That does nothing to debunk what I just said, Bev. That literally does nothing. I mean, hey, Steve, what's the name of this show again?
The non sequitur show, and this is why it's called this. Because this is.
I mean, fuck.
You don't
this is one non sequitur.
We're gonna bring up
another. It just makes no sense. I mean,
no, you were the one that just said we don't live in Euclidean 3 space when everybody knows that we do.
Nobody knows this. There's nobody who thinks
this. Sort of gaslighted. I don't know.
No, Bev, we're not being gaslighted. Have you taken any?
No, you're trying to gaslight your audience.
I'm not trying to gaslight you.
Yes.
This is relativity. There's a guy
your audience. You're not gaslighting me.
No, the audience knows this. My audience is generally not stupid.
So 81% on the vote. Let me say.
So again, he's the one that said that reality is non-Euclidean, which is absolutely crazy. But now he's trying to gaslight everybody and say that Euclidean isn't real, and that some sort of confusion tactics. Red's rhetoric's about to distract with some sort of a poll or something that he's got running in his chat.
So the vote was a question: is Bev a flat earther? 81% said yes. Neato.
68%, 68 polled. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a poll.
And he said Neato again. I mean, is that a nervous tell thing? I don't know. Is that a normal thing? We might be living in 2016 still. I don't know.
In the live chat. So the question: does reality have any obligation to conform itself to your expectations? You answered no, which is the correct answer. So I'll give you credit there. Congratulations. But that would also mean that reality has the right to speak for itself. It doesn't need to conform itself to your expectations or my expectations. And when we go out into reality and do some basic observations, like, for example, what I mentioned previously with the equatorial telescope mount, we see that not all verticals are parallel with the surface that we get.
Red's rhetoric saying that not all verticals are parallel to the surface. What does that mean?
It may mean that some of them are parallel, which would be nonsense on his model. It is impossible.
But he can tell that with a telescope. I mean, Red's rhetoric can tell that verticals aren't parallel, or not all verticals are parallel, with the use of a telescope. Which is amazing, because they always set it to the azimuthal plane when they start off. That happens to be horizontal. And since a telescope doesn't measure verticals, I'd say Red's rhetoric, is talking shite.
I would say also, yes.
Yeah, agreed.
Actually turns out that that is indeed not the case, because we lived on a curved Earth.
Right. Matter of fact, Bev, I don't think you've ever heard of this, but you brought up pi, right? And yes, I do know what pi is. I memorized pi to like the 20th place when I was a kid. 3.1415926535279. Yes, I know what pi is. Now, so let me explain to you this real quick. Do you know what a spherical defect is? Have you heard that term before?
A spherical defect. Does anyone know what a spherical defect is?
I don't know yet.
Yeah, a defective sphere. Defect? No,
spherical defect.
No,
because spherical defect actually uses.
No, I'm not into spheres.
Okay, well, because we don't.
Not surprisingly, I'm not obsessed with it.
Yeah, no shit.
Because the universe is curved, because what's called gravity.
He said the universe is curved. To my knowledge, it's flat in it. Or can they not tell? They still don't know, because they're making it up. They haven't got a clue. It's all in your mind. So, I mean, what is it? I only live in a little bit in England, right? I only know what I know, this little tiny bit.
Look, you can cut Reds off, but you can't cut me off, because I actually own the show. So let me finish what I'm going to say. Then you can have the opportunity to respond. So spherical defect is a mathematical relationship when you take 2 times pi, and then you substitute the coefficients for a triangle, which is A, B, and C. Okay, so if you have a triangle that has 3 components to it, you have the hypothesis, you have the length, you have the height. So you have A, B, and C.
The hypothesis.
Yes, this is very mathematical.
We'll go over this again. I'll just rewind it a little bit, because he's doing some sort of a mathematical thing to explain a spherical defect.
No shit.
Because the universe is curved, because what's called gravity.
I only live in a little bit in England. So because of gravity, this is what gravity's doing to geometry. England, right? I only know what I know this little tiny bit.
Look, you can cut Reds off, but you can't cut me off because I actually own the show. So let me finish what I'm going to say. Then you can I'll have the opportunity to respond. So spherical defect is a mathematical relationship when you take 2 times pi and
2 times pi. Okay, that's what we're starting off with. We've got pi, which is the relationship of the circumference to the diameter, and we're having 2 of them for some reason. Let's just have 2 of them. Two of them.
I don't understand why.
No, because he's making it up to make it sound like he knows what he's talking about, but he obviously doesn't, because he's going to talk about a hypothesis of a triangle.
Then you substitute the coefficients for a triangle, which is A, B, and C. Okay, so if you have a triangle that has 3 components to it, you have the hypothesis, you have the length, you have the height. So you have A, B, and C.
See, now already Steve McRae here is talking about the hypothesis of a triangle. Now he's not just talking about a triangle, because there's only one particular triangle that has a hypothesis, or a hypotenuse, as we shall call it, the real term, not the ridiculous term that he's talking about. And that's a right angle triangle, because the hypotenuse is always the side that's opposite the right angle of a right angle triangle. That's why it's called the hypotenuse. It has a name because it's a specific side of a specific triangle.
Now,
the
on
hypothesis,
sphere,
are you sure? Do you not want to
hypotenuse? So when you have the A, B, and C on a sphere, because a sphere, you can. It's called spherical triangle.
No. Okay. Triangles have straight sides.
Let me finish you. Then you respond. It's called a spherical triangle. Look it up.
You will. So he's talking about a hypothesis or a hypotenuse, which only exists on right angle triangles, and right angle triangles have straight sides. That's the only way you can use a triangle, especially one with a hypotenuse. Let's go. Go on. You will definitely have a definition within your geometry that you're talking about, right?
On a spherical, yeah, this is called non-Euclidean geometry, which I don't think you ever took.
Okay, well, show us the definition of a triangle.
You can look it up. My audience.
There isn't one. Okay, you'll not find one.
I'm sure you can find spherical triangle.
Go to definition.
Go to probably
within the geometry of non-Euclidean geometry. Look up. Okay. Trying to find the definitions, the axioms, and then the propositions to go along with it.
Okay, let me look this up for you real quick. Spherical triangle. Dun, dun, dun.
Way ahead of you, Steve. I'm going to screen share.
Oh, here we go. From Math World, spherical triangle. Oh, look at this. Spherical defect. Oh, look at this. Oh, are you screen sharing?
I will screen share. This is what I got in Google Images. Look at that spherical triangle.
Look up spherical defect in Wolfram Math World.
Oh, the website?
I've just pulled it up, yeah.
All right, sure. Let me grab it.
So go to Wolfram Math World and go to spherical defect.
You're not going to be telling people that triangles have more than 180 degrees, are you?
They do on a sphere, yes. They absolutely do.
Triangles only have 180 degrees, right?
Not in non-Euclidean geometry. In Euclidean geometry, yes. But in non-Euclidean, it has greater than 180. That's called your spherical defect.
But like in reality, triangles that we measure...
reality.
No. Triangles in reality only have 180, right?
No, Bev.
Yeah. When we measure triangles in reality to get like a slope angle.
Hey, Bev.
Elevation.
I'm going to test your reading abilities real quick. I highlighted just a portion here. Can you please read that highlighted portion?
What? No, you can read it yourself. It's your presentation.
Can you please read it for me?
No, I'll be all right. You got up. You go, Steve.
I'll read it. The sum of angles of a spherical triangle is between pi and 3 pi radians, which is 180 degrees to 540 degrees. The amount of which exceeds 180 degree is called the spherical excess and denoted as E or delta. I call it's actually spherical excess or spherical defect because one's
Anybody ever heard of a spherical defect before, other than Steve McRae?
I didn't.
I've never heard anybody use that before. That's the one and only time I've ever heard anybody use that is Steve McRae. But it's good that there's people who are coming out of the closet, let's say. These people are letting everybody know that they think triangles have more than 180 degrees. It's fantastic. I think more of them should come out. They should get a club together. Just so everybody knows who the people are that have triangles with more than 180 degrees.
Related to the arc, but it's basically their relationship to each other.
Yeah, spherical defect right here.
Yeah. So the excess, if you have, let's say that you're on a curve. So let's say it goes to 181 degrees. That 1 degree is called spherical excess, right? And if you're less than that, that's going to be a spherical defect. But they're both
not measured in
space.
reality. They don't do that in reality, right?
Yeah, they do. That's actually
no, they don't. You can't measure more than 180 degrees.
Remember, Bev. Remember what we said earlier, Bev. Reality is under no obligation to conform itself to your disorder.
Yeah, but in reality, triangles don't have more than 180 degrees.
Well, wait for you to speak for reality there and be completely wrong at the exact same time.
Okay, so there you go. My claim, definite claim, triangles only have 180 degrees in reality. Because the triangles have 3 straight sides, 3 angles. The angles are inclination of those 2 straight lines to each other. When you sum them all up together, there's only space for them to have 180 degrees. That's obvious for everyone.
See, Bev, there's something in relativity called a geodesic path. And a geodesic path is the 2 shortest points between, or a length between 2 shortest points in space-time. So when light goes through space,
a straight line, though, right?
No, it's not a straight line. It's actually a curved line. Light bends.
The shortest distance between 2 points, or the shortest path between 2 points, that which lies evenly between those 2 points, is a straight line.
But in the universe, there's no such thing as a flat space-time. It's actually curved to some degree. Now, local space.
But there is a straight, right?
Do you know why light bends in space? Like,
is Steve McRae giving up straight here?
Yes,
he is.
Straight curves.
He's literally dropping straight. There is no more straight to Steve McRae. I'll put that back again because I think this one needs to be gone over.
There and be completely wrong at the exact same time.
See, Bev, there's something in relativity called a geodesic path. And a geodesic path is the 2 shortest points between, or a length between 2 shortest points in space-time.
I think he's getting his words all mixed up again. The 2 shortest points. Go back over that again.
Shortest points?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
I don't know. Listen.
There and be completely wrong at the exact same time.
See, Bev, there's something in relativity called a geodesic path. And a geodesic path is the 2 shortest points between, or a length between 2 shortest points in space.
The length between 2 shortest points in space. I haven't got a clue what that means. Whether it's that some way he can back out of this, you know, at a later date to say, well, obviously didn't mean that. But he's trying to say that the shortest path between 2 points is a geodesic. It's not a straight line. The shortest path between 2 points.
That's obviously not truth.
Gaslighting his audience. This is where it starts getting a little bit bad now. There's quite a few of them, obviously. We got some people in the chat.
time. So when light goes through
That's
space,
a straight line though, right?
No, it's not a straight line. It's actually a curved line. Light
No,
bends.
the shortest distance between 2 points, or the shortest path between 2 points, that which lies evenly between those 2 points, is a straight line.
But in the universe, there's no such thing as a flat space time.
He nearly said there's no such thing as straight. He had to stop himself.
It's actually curved to some degree. Now, local space.
But there is a straight, right?
Do you know why light bends in space? Like, for example, have you ever seen the experiment where they will look at a star that is behind the sun, and when the sun gets eclipsed, the sun actually looks like it's at a different position.
The star.
It bends position of the sun.
There is a straight. Now, what he just did there, I mean, this is Logic Night, right? And I think he's trying to play a magic trick. He's getting people to imagine a light beyond another light to show that straight doesn't exist. But in order for him to know what a curve is, he has to know what straight is to start off with. It's as though he can't see the very thing he's using. It's part of that stolen concept. It's the self-refuting fallacy that he's using, but he can't see it. It's a paralogism wrapped up in it. It's fascinating, this subject.
I don't get how a curving light can prove non-existence of a straight line.
Yeah.
It doesn't follow.
Well, it is the non sequitur, like he said.
Yeah, so kind of fit the narration.
Yeah. Straight,
though,
right?
No. Listen though. Have you ever seen that done? Have you ever seen that experiment where they see the star that's actually behind the sun, but during the eclipse you can see it next to the sun because the light is being bent around the sun? Same thing that happens around a black hole, or it's called
a star's actually behind the sun. Crazy.
Einstein cross. Have you seen any picture of light bending? Or do you like bend doesn't bend?
Well, I know straight lines, right? You can't tell the bend or the curve without the straight line. And straight lines obviously exist.
But in relativity, the shortest distance between 2 points is actually a curve.
Right. Crazy. Woo, it's gone loopy.
Yes, and so this is Brenda shorter distance than straight line. Now, incoming soon.
Yeah, that was Bob, wasn't it? If the shortest distance between 2 points is a curve, then surely the straight line is shorter. Like, so yes, how can it be the shortest? I mean, how can they be so unaware of what they're saying? It's basic reasoning. And the only way you can get around the basic reasoning is to gaslight somebody into thinking that a curved path is shorter than a straight line. If you try and do that, well, I mean, who's the one that's being dishonest if you're trying to gaslight people into a curved line being the shortest distance between 2 points? What else is there to say? These are people who are meant to be the trusted people within the community. This is Steve McRae. People think he's a mathematics genius. He's just told you. He thinks the shortest distance between 2 points in relativity is a curve. Do it again. Do it again. Without the straight line, and straight lines obviously exist.
But in relativity, the shortest distance between 2 points is actually a curve.
How can? Oh, that's going to have to go on a Buster song, that.
Yes, this is the point, the peak of mathematical mind of the globe.
The globe, yeah, the globe mathematical mind. This is where you have to go. If you have the globe and start to converse with somebody about geometry, be prepared that your mind will have to go to this place. This is why we have discussions about straight lines that go on for hours, 4 or 5 hours. There's probably on all of the videos that we've done, there must be at least 20, 30 hours of me talking to adult men about straight lines. And most of them have this strange concept, like Steve McRae, that because of something called gravity, which is vertical, every description of it is vertical, which is definitely a straight line. Something to do with that existing means that horizontals can't exist somehow. Even though horizontals are perpendicular to the vertical, which they want to call gravity in the first place. Don't know. It's like, it is literally, this is Alice in Wonderland. Lewis has a lot of things to answer for, I think, actually. I think he was just explaining where they would have to take people's minds. I think that's what the plan was. That's the only place they can take and put people's minds in order for them to have this idea. This crazy idea that relativity is a thing with a guy called Einstein. He taught Steve this.
I am curious why this relativity doesn't curve verticals. So for me, this is inconsistent because it should. If there are no straight lines in relativity, then verticals should be curved too.
Yeah, you can't really do that though, because then all right angles won't be able to be equal, because you can't have an angle to a curve. It's just impossible for them to move, to bend vertical. That'd be crazy for them to think that they could do that. They've just got a weird understanding that because they think vertical's a straight line, then horizontal can't be, even though it is perpendicular to vertical. Very strange. And I don't know whether he, at this point now, because obviously if you've just literally said to somebody, I don't know whether that was intention, that straight lines don't exist, that's got to do strange things to your mind, because surely you weren't prepared for you to go into a conversation with somebody and say that straight lines don't actually exist.
And I think that this warning at the beginning was, it is now justified.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
Yeah, you may lose your mind and start dribbling.
Yes, listening to Steve McRae.
Yeah. Can it be?
Because it's physics.
In reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Bev, we agree that lines exist, but what we're saying is that the Earth's surface is not flat like that line.
It's a curve.
The Earth's surface is curved. It has always
you were talking
been
about
curved. It will forever
shortest
be
distance
curved.
between 2 points. Steve was talking about in the universe.
It's a geodesic.
Talking about lights behind the sun.
So you don't even have you never heard of?
So how was he talking about the surface of the Earth?
Bev,
I mean, you and Steve at cross paths.
This Bev is called gravitational lensing.
Yes.
Right. So, are you with me on this? they were talking, or Steve was talking about lights behind other lights in the sky. And then Red starts telling me about how the surface of the Earth is curved. They're not related together at all, as far as I can see. You can't just take something from one place and put it somewhere else and pretend that was the argument. That's a form of gaslighting, right? To throw confusion on the person that you're talking to. It's like there's two of them now teaming up together as though they were actually talking about that, but they weren't. Steve was talking about lights in the sky.
But still, the way they are talking about this curved universe, it should destroy also verticals. So this is big inconsistency here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Please look it the fuck up.
You've never heard of gravitational
right,
lensing?
So that's a straight. Where's the straight line in there?
The straight line.
Look, here's a nice illustration.
Are you talking about the surface of the Earth now when you're talking about this?
Sure.
Or what are you talking about? Are we talking about straight lines and
gravitational lensing
lights?
Is caused by gravity in space, curving space-time. So in order for light to travel through space-time, it has to go through the manifold of space-time, which is curved, which, by the way, means it is not a straight line. It cannot go a direction that doesn't exist. So it has to curve in relationship to the space-time fabric.
We're just talking about horizontals and verticals in reality.
If you bring up a Minkowski diagram, Reds, this would show everybody in the audience, using a simple Minkowski diagram, that light will curve in the presence of a gravitational field.
Minkowski's the 3 dimensions on one graph and time on the other. So I'm not too sure about what he's talking about there. It's just a 2-dimensional graph. There's only 2 axes on the Minkowski.
And by the way, this is not an argument against straight line.
I know.
Because whatever path light has, it doesn't affect geometrical straight line and definition of straight line. So this is not an argument at all. For example, if you throw a stone in the air, it would be, this path of the stone would be parabolic, and it doesn't affect straight line, geometrical straight line at all.
Mm-hmm.
So traveling of the light has nothing to do with a straight line, because you can curve in their model. You can curve light, but still straight line is straight line. It doesn't follow us in always in this show.
Yeah. This is the reason it's called that, obviously.
Yep, that's correct. But keep this in mind, Bev. While we're going over this, I will also, and please don't fucking hate me on this, but yes, I will agree with Bev on one thing, that we are having 2 separate conversations at the exact same fucking time. It's just that, Bev, the reason why we're doing that is because you are what we like to call fractally wrong, where we can go in many different directions to explain why you're wrong. And it kind of gets a little difficult to keep on track. So
And you just remember that all I've said is that horizontals are parallel. And these guys seem like they're really confused, trying to defend against something that they can't dare to look at. It's so I think it's so visible to watch what they're doing.
I will apologize for that. So I will stick to one point and one point only. And that point is this, is that when we try to make observations in reality and conform those observations, brute force it, if you will, to an Earth which has a flat surface with topography, of course, the results that we get lead to contradictory answers.
Contradictory answers, he says. The results. Interesting, that.
And I would like to know why you think that is. And I'll give you a specific example.
We all know you can't have contradictions, right?
In
There's
reality,
no such thing as a paradox in reality, is there?
Contradictory entities do not exist, correct?
Here we go. Red's rhetoric, contradictory entities do not exist.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
That's a good agreement. Ready for you, Steve? What do you think, Steve? No such thing as a paradox is in reality, right?
I don't agree with that.
Oh, see, Steve doesn't agree with that. Wasn't as confident as Red's, though. When Red said there's no contradictions, Steve was a bit shy and timid with he doesn't agree with that. Interesting.
There actually is
acceptable paradoxes.
Well, there is actually a hypothesis for that. Actually, Hawking came up with that postulate. That
I believe that goes on the extremes, like around black holes, like Stephen Hawking's black hole theory. But not getting into that right now. What I'm basically trying to say, just keeping it local to the Earth, so not around the gravitational field of fucking supermassive black hole.
Reds is trying to put Steve off here now, but Steve's already been he's teamed up against him. Me and Reds both think or know that contradictions don't exist in reality. There's no such thing. Steve has a problem with us saying that.
We're talking about a basic observation. My observation is this. I look at the North Celestial Pole, and then I also look at the Southern Celestial Pole and realize there's two different pole stars in which the stars rotate, one in the north, one in the south. That
right? He says he looks at them, right?
Yes, impossible.
Yeah,
of course, you cannot see this South Celestial Pole. Yes, you can see North Star, Polaris. Yes, many people can see that.
Let's listen to it again. What he says.
And then I also look at the Southern Celestial Pole and realize there's two different pole stars in which the stars rotate, one in the north, one in the south. That doesn't make sense with the surface of the Earth being flat. Would you agree?
Can you look at both of them?
Could I look at both of them?
No, you say you do look at both of them. I'm saying, like, do you do that regularly?
If I look, I can look north because I'm in.
I thought you said you can.
Yeah, I can if I booked a flight, but
I thought you meant from where you were. I thought that might be. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. I guess.
Okay, perfect.
I guess I just misunderstood what you said.
So the question is, why do we have two pole stars in which the stars rotate if the Earth is flat?
I haven't got a clue.
Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. All right, let's try a different one.
That doesn't make any sense. Me saying I haven't got a clue. I mean, I've never even seen this south one.
Me too. I only saw some pictures, some star trails allegedly that they are seemingly rotating about two center points. Allegedly, one of course is known, North Star, but the second I never seen this. Pole star, south pole star, never. And they say that it is not existent, or they say that this is Sigma Octantis. It is very dim star, and we cannot see that. So that's their explanation, or was, because I am not up to date.
Yeah. Yeah. Me personally, I've never seen it for myself, so. F or hey, right? There's no need for me to go any further with that. Me personally, I'll go with what Reds is saying, but I mean, how you can relate that to the ground you stood on, I've not got a clue. There's literally no way you could do that either. So I don't even understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to link two things that just don't. It literally does not follow. Look at light in the sky. Tell the shape of the land that you're on. Doesn't make any sense. Don't know.
Let's stick with the northern hemisphere and only use the north celestial pole. If I use an equatorial telescope mount and measure the altitude angle of the north celestial pole, and then I continuously move north, making measurements along the way, and then I plot those measurements out on a flat plane, I will get contradictory answers for not just the direction of Polaris, but also the position of Polaris.
You mean for elevation?
Do you agree with that? What?
Elevation.
Elevation angle.
Right, yeah, but you measuring angles across the ground, right?
Correct.
Now, each of those angles, is that a straight line between the two of those points?
If we plot it on a flat Earth, it would be a straight line between.
No, but would you measure it as a straight line in reality?
In reality,
yeah.
No, because the Earth is round. But if we
from a distance from A to B. If you're measuring that distance from A to B, would that be on a horizontal?
If we brute force it, Bev, and plot those angles on a flat Earth.
Now, what's he talking about here? Does anybody know what brute forcing it is?
I don't know.
Again, this is another term. Right, maybe globe science.
He's trying to make curved line straight for a purpose of measurement, allegedly. So I don't know how he supposedly can prove any curvature if he is trying to make a curved line straight to measure angle.
Yeah.
So this is just nonsense for me.
One of the lines that he's measuring his angle, Steve McRae has said. Well, in fact, both of the lines Steve McRae said are curved.
I didn't understand that.
Shut up. He said, yeah. Crazy. So how can Red's rhetoric be doing this now?
So now he's curving one line.
Well, I don't know. No, because the other one is pointing towards the light in the sky. And that's particularly where Steve McRae said they were curving. Right? So the one across the ground, he's doing it across a curved surface. And the one to the light in the sky, Steve McRae said that's curved as well. So yes, they're both curved now.
Yes, but he went to the ground back again. So maybe he is just using normal geometry, but I don't know. This is my guess. I still don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, if he's measuring an angle in reality, right, they're both straight lines. He just has an idea that one of them curves, Red's does, and Steve McRae wants to curve the other one. But they're just straight lines. The only way you can have an angle. Two straight lines. Inclination from one straight line to the other straight line measured as an angular change.
Do you realize it renders contradictory answers?
When you measure the distance from A to B, do you measure a straight line distance along a horizontal?
No, I measure a straight line distance between the two. It's per the direction of travel.
But so all distances are measured horizontally, Earth, right?
I'm
in reality,
what I mean when I'm driving. I drive
actually like when you actually measure distances in reality, you have to get them horizontal distances,
and then we look at the angle
because that's
of the northern celestial pole, and we plot it all the way up the continental United States. Did you know that we get contradictory answers? And I want you to answer why you believe that is.
I'm still trying to work out at the base when you start measuring and you measure a distance.
From point A,
it's a straight,
I drive to point B.
Yeah, and that's a straight line.
I drive.
Or is there an elevation change? Is there a slope down? slope up? Are you going up a hill a bit or what?
Nope.
We want to know where the shortest distance is between those 2 points.
Let's say I do, Bev. Whatever makes the most sense to you. I drive directly between point A and point B. As directly as I possibly
you
can.
don't care about the elevation or whether it's the shortest
as I'm going up the
distance or
continental United States.
Do you have the shortest distance like Steve being
how about we use this example?
Would I be getting contradictory answers? As we plot out the lines, the answer is yes. I want to know why that is.
Let's use us as an example. I live in California. I'm at sea level where I'm at, like literally almost at sea level. You're almost at sea level because you're flat Florida. There's no a millimeter is considered to be a nosebleed where you're at. So
did he just say that he doubled up flat for Florida, didn't he? Red's Rhetoric live in flat Florida, according to Steve McRae.
I don't know. He's talking about sea level, so
yeah, he said he lives at sea level, and Red's Rhetoric lives in flat Florida. Do that again.
I don't know. He's talking. Sometimes he's using misusing words, so I really don't know. I wouldn't rely what Steve McRae is talking about till the end, maybe.
United States.
Do you have the shortest distance like Steve being
how about we use this example?
Would I be getting contradictory answers? As we plot out the lines, the answer is yes. I want to know why that is.
Let's use us as an example. I live in California. I'm at sea level where I'm at, like literally almost at sea level. You're almost at sea level because you're flat Florida. There's no a millimeter is
flat Florida. Steve McRae calls it. That's nice.
I think this is the same as shorter than straight line, because flat is not enough, but double flat is even more flat than flat.
Nice.
It's considered to be a nosebleed where you're at.
So our highest point is an overpass.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous how flat Florida really is. It's flatter than Kansas. So we're at so here.
Right, so he is saying that there are parts of America that are flat. This is Steve McRae, people. This is Steve McRae that's saying that. I didn't say that to him. I didn't say he had to say that or anything. I'm saying it's not flat. There is definitely an elevation change.
But still, if Florida is flat, it means that on Florida you can draw straight lines.
Yeah.
Impossible
triangles.
in this non-Euclidean geometry. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, how do you know what flat is? I mean, does non-Euclidean geometry have a definition for flat? Because they seem to be using it a lot. I doubt it, because, like I say, flat is a three-dimensional reality term, and non-Euclidean geometry never makes it into reality. Purely in the mind. Crazy people.
And I are the same sea level elevation. Okay? So Polaris, with respect to me, I know exactly what Polaris is every single night. I could walk out my door right now and I would literally point directly at Polaris, sight unseen, because it's circumpolar and it stays in the same position. He could do the same thing, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so use that example. I'm A, he's B, Polaris is out there.
Okay, without looking up, A and B, the shortest distance between those 2 points, is that a straight line or is it a curved line?
On the surface of the Earth?
Depends on the model in which you plot it.
No, this just... The shortest distance between those 2 points, is it a straight line or a curved line? Because I would say the shortest distance between those 2 points is what you would call a horizontal line, and it would be straight.
Again, if I'm doing
as measured in reality,
Earth, I would have to follow the surface of the Earth, so it would be curved in that respect. But
would you call it? It would be curved. So the shortest distance from A to B on their model would be curved. That's again Red's rhetoric saying what would normally be deemed as a straight line to everybody else. He said it curves.
Yes, madness.
Yep, crazy globe minds.
Horizontal. I'm driving straight there.
Would you
So
call
the
it
question,
horizontal
once again,
then?
Bev, which I know
When
you're
you say
avoiding,
you're
and here's
driving
the thing, Bev,
straight
I do
along
want
your
to tell you,
curve, would you
if
call
we
that
don't get an
horizontal?
answer to this question, I will continuously re-ask until we actually get an answer. So we may be here.
See, he will not acknowledge horizontal, even though that's the argument that I've took there. Now, I know there's a couple of very loud voices on Twitter saying a load of rubbish, saying that I only gave them one argument, that they're not calling an argument. They don't think it is an argument. So when Red's Rhetoric and Steve McRae have to keep pointing out, they will not acknowledge horizontals, even though that's the argument that I took to them about horizontals being parallel. And I'm trying to get him to acknowledge the straight line from A to B in reality would be a measured distance horizontally. And he can't even acknowledge that, whether it is a straight line or not. Well, he says it curves, but he can't say where the horizontal is in relation to that. What they call a straight line that curves. Oxymoron.
Here for hours. I just hope you're ready for that. So the question once again is that if I were to look at the northern celestial pole with an equatorial telescope mount, and I started in Florida, drove my happy ass all the way up to continental United States, taking measurements along the way, and I were to plot those elevation angles on a flat Earth, I would get contradictory answers. But if I plot them on a globe, we don't get contradictory answers. And I just want your opinion as to why that is.
I've got a bit of a problem with what he just said there, because it's a load of shite. You can't measure angles and then plot them on the outside of a circle and say that it's not contradictory. Like, that's definitely contradictory doing it. It's like it's non sequitur, right? What Red's Rhetoric is claiming he is doing is measuring angles and then putting them on the outside of a sphere and then saying it's not contradictory through his misguided understanding of whatever it is.
He cannot put it because on the sphere, because it would differ. These two angles, one of them would be measurable with a normal horizontal straight line, and the second, to the curve, you cannot translate this angle into curve, because on the curve you have multiple different angles on any point of this curve. That's why you cannot measure from point to point. You cannot measure angle from point of your observation, for example, to this star and to this GP or geographical position. You cannot do that on the curve because your angle where you are is different than on this GP position. It has to be different. So it is unmeasurable. You cannot measure it from your position. Absolutely not.
And it's impossible to actually cite these measurements.
No, not possible. You don't know. It's just impossible.
Yeah, if one of the lines curve, then you can't see the end point for you to measure to. It just doesn't make any sense how they can put their mind in this place to start off with.
If you can see this point, it makes it worse because you can use a straight line then. So what the place for curve? There is no room for curve. So just nonsense.
Yeah, you can't go around imagining straight lines are actually curves just because a model dictates that they have to be. But hey, these are the places the globe mind has to go to just in order to keep the model intact. I don't understand you and what you understand as a straight line. You seem lost and
we'll have to bring up pretty
confused.
pictures again.
No, I'm just trying to establish, right?
Our elevations are different. So,
let me establish this, right? If the shortest distance between those 2 points was curved, then the shorter distance would be the straight line. So you would have a shorter distance than the shortest distance, which is very contradictory. You've said that doesn't exist. So where would the horizontal be in relation to your shortest distance?
So Bev, I've once
in
again
reality
broke out the crayons for you. So let's go ahead and look at this graph. This is on a video that I previously made.
Use your location and the North Pole, because that's perfect. Because
this point right here.
Right, again, like we're talking about straight lines.
And he didn't address what you said, because they cannot, absolutely.
And went straight to a graph that he's got with a load of squares on it. Straight lines there.
Yes. So
all of the lines he's drawn, the red ones, they're not curved like Steve McRae said. They are actually straight. The green line, the other line, they're all straight.
We are not operating in non-Euclidean geometry again.
Yeah. The only curved lines are these little bits here. He's got for the angle marker.
Example how to debunk Euclidean geometry using Euclidean geometry.
Yeah. Crazy.
We're not doing longitudes, but not specifically a lot. So use an exceptional amount of difference between 0 degree and where you're at.
So what we have here is a couple cities: Alice, Texas; Bush Springs, Oklahoma; Hutchinson, Kansas; Mitchell, South Dakota; Walhalla, North Dakota, and this is the North Pole. These are my observed elevation angles for the northern celestial pole. Now, if I were to plot these on a flat Earth, which is right here, don't you see I have different crossovers?
Can I point out that that's not a flat Earth, that's just a graph. Plotted it on a graph.
Yes, normal graph. Euclidean, let's say.
XY graph, like everybody knows. That's not a flat Earth. Fucking ridiculous.
And different directions for where the pole star Polaris would be located. Do you see that on this graph?
I can see that it looks like a mess. Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like a mess. I completely 100% fucking agree with you.
I agree with that as well. This is
I fucking agree with you there. It looks like an absolute
these are not real world observations.
Yeah.
I mean,
who did that, Reds? Was that you? Did you do that?
Fire.
Did you do that?
It looks like
Did you do that, Reds?
So, question.
Did you do that?
Would I be able to
You did, didn't you? That was you that did that.
Or would I be able to place the pole star?
He admits that it's a mess and it looks terrible, but he won't say he's the one that fucking did it.
Yes.
It's his graph, not mine, not anybody else's. Red's Rhetoric did that. He drew all of that. He took measurements, he drew the lines, he did all himself.
So he made a problem, and now he will bravely resolve that problem.
Start here. Which one would be the location?
You could do whatever you wanted, couldn't you? It's your imagination.
Yeah,
it's your drawing.
I could have it here.
Yeah, you've crossed those lines wherever, yeah.
Yeah, wherever it crosses over could be a possible location for the pole star Polaris.
Did you think about bending the straight line? Did you try that?
So
what about that?
Bending the straight line to
I think Steve would have. No, bending the straight line. That's what Steve was suggesting earlier.
You know what? That's a good idea. Let's bend that shit to make a round.
Oh,
look at that! They fucking works.
What have you bent? What did he bend?
Not this. You were talking about
the graph's still there. Yeah. Yeah, the graph's still there. all of these are still straight lines.
Because
Like-
if a space is curving, this squares should be curved.
Yeah.
No normal squares.
Yeah, I mean, how unaware could you possibly be? Because this is Red's rhetoric doing this. Completely unaware of all of the other straight lines that are on the graph.
Yes,
He's
this
only seen one of the straight lines. It's the one that he would call horizontal, but not the horizontals on the graph. The horizontal land, the distance between A to B, he's now got curving. Shortest straight line distance from A to B is now curved. Apart from all of the other ones that are the actual, because he's got the numbers on his graphs. They're straight line distances because they're the same, the shortest distance. Not this silly curved one. Madness.
It doesn't look like a fucking mess, doesn't
What
it?
have you bent? The straight line.
So
because it's curved.
it's
curved.
as if the color coordination didn't
parallel?
already give it away. I'll go ahead and explain this.
Are
for
they
the
all
people that-
parallel now?
Yes, they're parallel. So
Wow.
with
Right. So he does admit that these are parallel, therefore they are straight. They are perpendicular to the horizontal axis on the graph.
I am curious if it is possible in this Minkowski space, whatever. I think not.
Steve's keeping quiet.
with this,
So why
here we
did you measure
have
them
Alice,
angles?
Texas, Bush Springs, Oklahoma, Hutchinson, Kansas, blah, blah, blah. So I plot these same elevation angles on a globe, and I get...
Look at the angles, though. Look at the angles that he's been using now. Where are these measured angles? Where
I
did he
think they
measure
are
them?
Different.
Yeah, they're not the same angles as they were before. Madness.
no contradictory answers. But if I plot these same exact angles on a flat Earth, as to use your own words, Bev, it looks like an absolute mess.
Yeah, I mean,
and I will like.
At least the angles look like actual angles. And I wasn't saying that, you know, it looked like a mess because he's just got a load of red lines on the thing. He doesn't really explain what it is or anything. But he does have distances between points. Straight lines. These are actual angles. I'll give him that.
To know why
Because
you
you did
believe
it.
that is.
I don't believe it. I believe that's a mess because you drew it and you made it a fucking mess.
So you don't believe we would get these measurements in reality?
What measurements?
The elevation angle
The
of the northern
distance
celestial
across
pole.
the straight line, the horizontal distances between them.
Yeah, so the elevation angle, you don't believe that if I was, like, for example, in Alice, Texas, I wouldn't get 27.75 degrees, or in Walhalla, I wouldn't get
Wouldn't know.
48.9 degrees.
I wouldn't know. You're obviously the angle to the light expert. But you seem to have got a load of parallel
I don't believe
lines
it
on
takes
them.
an
What's
expert
going
to
on
use
with
an
that?
equatorial telescope mount, but
No,
I'll
not
take
really.
the compliment nonetheless.
I've had
Can you
one,
show
so
us where a
I'm-
horizontal is on that?
Go
on
back
that
to the
other
sphere
one.
one.
Yeah.
Guys,
Go
back
to the
the
other
spheres.
one.
Go back to sphere.
Okay.
Go back to
Hang
that.
on.
So
21.
Steve.
At the North Pole, Polaris is going to be directly overhead, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a red line there, but
Where?
can you put a red line there, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. Just
Okay,
it's
so
on the
there's a
y-axis.
So the y on the y-axis from
On the y-axis. On the y-axis. All of those red lines are on the y-axis. Now, as everybody knows, in reality, The y-axis is what we call in mathematics. It's the vertical, and
yes, and they are parallel.
they're
to
parallel.
this
Right? Yeah.
y. Yes.
Everybody knows that. Conversely, all of the x-axis lines are called horizontal, and they are also parallel, which is the argument that I brought to him at the beginning, was to show that all horizontals are parallel.
The origin, you have another red line. All those lines are parallel because Polaris is far, far away, and they actually explain. Yeah, they're all parallel. Means that the light comes in parallel to the ground.
Didn't you say that parallels only exist in Euclidean, and you said that doesn't exist? But
we're looking at the graph here.
Have...
That graph is clearly going to be Euclidean geometry, correct? It's Cartesian. Do you know Cartesian?
Cartesian. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's Cartesian. It's Euclidean, obviously. And that's what we use in reality. But he said it's not reality. There is no Euclidean reality. But now we're using Euclidean to depict reality, which is madness. The double think, double talk, gaslighting each other of each of the paralogisms. You can't see them. Crazy, right?
Completely crazy, yes. I don't know how he's trying to prove anything.
Even means?
Yeah, I know what parallel is.
Wait.
Yeah.
What's
only Euclidean, you said.
What's Cartesian?
Remember?
No, what's
Everybody
Cartesian
remember
graph?
that. Steve says.
Bev, what's a
X
Cartesian
is the
graph?
XYZ.
Okay.
Axis.
Well, no, there's no necessarily. There's no Z on here.
They're all
XY.
perpendicular to each other, aren't they?
So those lines
this is the XY graph. Yeah, that's what I was
those
talking
lines
about.
Are parallel, correct?
Horizontal,
on the graph.
horizontals and verticals on that graph.
The green
X
line,
and Y, they're all parallel.
Bev, follow along. The green line, that green line, you agree would be curved, correct?
It looks like a circle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that curvature represents something. What that represents is the surface of the Earth. Would you agree? Is that what the surface of the Earth looks like? A curve like that?
Agree.
That's going to represent
circle.
Yes.
I can confirm, Steve, that I made this to scale.
Even better.
I made it exactly to scale. It has the
same
exact
scale. You made a circle to scale. Does it relate to pi?
He made the circles to scale with reference to the points on the surface of that. In other words, the distance between the cities would be equivalent to scale as if they were really on the Earth. That's
yes, everything the spacing between the cities and the spacing between the group of cities and the North Pole exactly.
You know the horizontals on that. Where would you put a horizontal on that? Considering that one of the axes is already horizontal.
I got a question. What's the furthest point city away? I can't see it.
Right, again, this is what I was doing, right? The idea, deliver the argument and then see what happens. And I'm testing this out now because I have this idea that once you show people an argument or something that troubles their model, their deity, there's a thing that goes on called cognitive dissonance, right? One of the reactions to cognitive dissonance is like a veiling. What they've done is they've took the argument all horizontals are parallel and they've hidden it away in a box, and they've agreed with their mind to not talk about horizontals anymore. The word has disappeared from their vocabulary. They cannot see it. So what I'm doing is trying to keep pointing out that we're talking about horizontals, the arguments about horizontals being parallel. I'm trying to get them to let us know where horizontal is, because on the graph, obviously, if your X and your Y axis, if your Y axis is vertical, then perpendicular to that is the X axis. So all of the X axis lines on that graph, if the Y axis are all vertical and parallel, then obviously the X axis are all perpendicular to all of the y-axis. And they are all parallel too, horizontal, vertical.
I am curious again why they are not using a non-Euclidean spherical geometry, but they are using normal Euclidean geometry and Cartesian grid system to prove non-Euclidean spherical geometry. I don't understand what he is doing now.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I was trying to get Blue Marble to do his curved elevation profiles, because that would have helped them, obviously. But since they're still using the Cartesian graph system, and knowing it's Euclidean, they seem to be in the similar sort of place that Blue Marble and Rumpus are at. Everybody knows that Euclidean geometry is the three space that we live in, and that's why it relates directly. Shortest distance being a straight line, point to point, measurably.
The furthest one way down here is going to be Alice, Texas.
Okay, Alice, Texas. In order to get from Alice, Texas to the North Pole, if you went in a straight line, what would happen? And literally a straight line with reference to your diagram there, Bev. Where would you be traveling? No, straight line, like literally straight line. Yeah.
You go horizontal and then vertical, wouldn't you? Or the slope.
So would you? So
that's how you measure the slope, isn't it? The elevation is because all of the horizontals are parallel.
The slope is a change in a rise over run, but you have a chord between Alice, Texas, and the North Pole. That is.
See, Steve McRae there said the slope is the change in rise over run. Rise is the vertical change, and the run is the horizontal change. Both straight lines, rise over run. Triangle.
It intersects on the surface of the sphere at 2 points. That's okay. It's not tangent, right? It's two intersection points. So those two intersection points would have a straight line between them. That's the shortest distance. But in order to get there, you would have to go through the planet Earth. Do you agree with that?
That's just a circle, Steve. That's not a planet.
Bev,
it's on graph paper, Steve.
Bev,
I mean, come on, let's get real.
Stop being intellectually dishonest, dude.
Stop being intellectually dishonest for not acknowledging a green line on a graph paper as the planet Earth. Yes, I mean, come on.
And by the way, Steve McCree wanted Red to draw a hypothesis.
Well, there is no triangles, right? You look on this graph, there is no triangles. I bet most people didn't know that. You know, when they're doing triangulation, trigonometry, for plotting courses and all of that, there's no triangles there. Not one. The lines to the lights in the sky are all parallel on their model. Angle to a curve. No triangle. Just one angle. And as we all know, you can do fuck all with an angle. One angle. Definitely don't try and do a stolen concept. Because it doesn't work and it looks like this.
You know this is a fucking diagram representing something.
The circle represents...
It's a circle!
Bev.
Yeah, it's a circle that represents the fucking Earth.
Bev, let me get this out. The circle represents the surface of a three-dimensional object. Everything in the middle...
It doesn't. The circle's just a circle.
Let me finish. Everything in that circle, everything below the origin that's in the interior of that circle is a representation of the surface of a three-dimensional sphere.
Everything inside that circle is a representation of the surface of a three-dimensional sphere.
This is really strange. He would be more consistent if he say that this is inside But he is talking about surface. So
surface inside the
flat,
circle.
flat surface of the circle is now spherical surface of the Earth. This is just new for me.
Oh, let me go back and do that again. I must have missed that. Listen, Steve McRae, you
Graph
paper.
Bev, let me get this out. The circle represents the surface of a three-dimensional object. Everything in the middle.
It doesn't. A circle's just a circle.
Let me finish. Everything in that circle, everything below the origin, that's in the interior of that circle, is a representation of the surface of a three-dimensional sphere.
So this is not cut. It should be cut, like orange cut. So it would be just a section of, but he's talking about the real surface of the sphere.
Yeah.
So just
the inside of a circle is the representation of a three-dimensional surface of a sphere. Yes, but it's two-dimensional, isn't it?
Yes, it should be for me, but I am not so smart. So.
Oh man. Well, it's good that the globe side has finally got a geometer of note worthy of speaking up to the masses. They found their man. Steve McRae is it. Get ready, Steve McRae. The globe model needs you. It's just a circle.
Literally what a circle is the hypersurface of a sphere. That's
Steve,
really
you see exactly what he's doing here. This is clear.
A circle is the hypersurface of a sphere. Wow. A circle's been elevated since my day. When I was at school, it's just a two-dimensional shape.
But now this is a three. So.
Sorry. Hi guys. Did I hear this? Did he say that the circle is the surface of a sphere?
Yes.
Yeah, the inside of a circle is actually the three-dimensional representation of a sphere.
So Steve McRae originally wanted Red to draw a line between this North Pole and some point marked on this circle. He called it hypotenuse. Hypothesis.
Hypothesis.
Yes, not hypotenuse.
Oh my God.
And now he is, of course, it should be inside of the circle, but now he's talking about surface of the sphere. Yes, you're right. He said that this is surface of the sphere, so you cannot draw a sagitta inside of the circle because this is just surface of the sphere. So just nonsense. But be prepared.
The context is the context because sorry, I just got here. I haven't seen the beginning of this, but please tell me that at least the context is that we are supposed to guess that the circle on this drawing. Oh, okay. No, I'm not going to go that far. Is the context what he's drawing, or was this a general statement that he made?
Red's rhetoric has drawn a circle on this graph paper and wants to imagine that's the surface of the Earth. The circle.
Okay.
And
so there is.
We're pointing out it's just a circle on a graph. That's it, right? You can't go around saying that's the surface of the Earth because it's not. It's just a circle on a graph. Right? Nobody imagines that they live on that surface there. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. But Steve McRae's took it to the next level.
Even if you cut the sphere into two spheres, semi balls, you are
Hemispheres.
inside. Yes, you are inside. So it should be depicted as inside of the ball Earth, not the surface.
Yeah.
And Steve is insisting that this is surface of the sphere.
Yeah, we'll listen to it again because it is worth listening to again. Steve McRae, ladies and gentlemen, explaining a circle on a graph. Steve, I mean, come on, let's get real.
Stop being intellectually dishonest,
Bev,
dude. You
the
know this is a
circle-
fucking diagram representing
The
something.
circle
It's a
represents the
circle.
Bev,
Yeah, it's a circle
on
that
graph
represents
paper.
the fucking Earth.
Bev, let me get this out. The circle represents the surface of a three-dimensional object. Everything in the middle.
It doesn't. A circle's just a circle.
Let me finish. Everything in that circle, everything below the origin, that's in the interior of that circle, is a representation of the surface of a three-dimensional sphere.
It's just
That's
a circle.
literally what a circle.
Three-dimensional sphere as well.
Oh,
Right?
okay. Can I try and defend? I don't believe I'm saying this. Can I try and defend Steve McRae here?
Okay.
Off you go.
Okay. Yeah. Gee, where do I start from? So industrial design, right? Have you heard of industrial design?
Yeah, like real design.
Real design, yes, yes. Yeah. So there is this. Sometimes it's convenient when to follow some geometric rules and construct a scaled. It's called scaled because it's two-scale design of a physical real world object. And as far as I know, there's a handful of ways to do that. I think it's the perspective one, which is not really used much, and then there is the orthographic one. Oh my God, where am I going with this? I'm not very sure. So okay, the orthographic and the perspective design are in a sense opposite to each other, because the orthographic design completely ignores the third dimension. So
the orthographic just looks from the side. It looks perpendicularly at it, as though you are on that other axis, right?
Well, yeah, but it's tricky because because you're going to represent you're going to try to represent a real object, like a tangible object, and what's the right way to say this? So yes, you will be viewing it from one axis alone, like you're going to be constrained as a viewer to that axis, but you will never get, like, this is a kind of view that you can never have in the 3D physical world. I mean, you cannot experience it.
This is the only view you can ever have with a thing called a sphere. A circle is all you will ever see. When you look at it from any angle, from any position, you can rotate it in any way you want. You will only ever see a circle. It's a sphere. A sphere is 3D, but this is on a two-dimensional graph. There is no third axis.
There is, yeah, correct.
Not on this. Although you're viewing it from that third axis, it's still a circle.
By the way, if Steve is talking about that this inside is the surface of the sphere, and maybe you missed that, but originally Steve wanted to draw a line between this north point and this one of these points which are depicted as cities, and you cannot do that. If we are on the sphere, on the surface of the sphere, you cannot draw that line inside, because if we are on the surface, we can draw only a curved line. And he asked rhetoric to draw, I think, a straight line between them. So sagitta.
Yeah.
So it would be inside, not on the surface. So
Yeah, it will be a chord, right?
Yes, a chord. Yes, yes. Chord line. Yes.
Yeah, he's scared to mention. They can't mention horizontal anymore. It's gone. Because in mentioning horizontal, they would have to acknowledge horizontal. They can't. The simplicity of an argument.
Carry on. Sorry. Go ahead.
Is the hypersurface of a sphere. That's
Dave,
really
you
what
see
a circle
exactly
is.
what he's doing here. This is clear intellectual dishonesty.
I don't think he understands anything about geometry. Like literally nothing.
So Bev.
I don't think he understands anything about geometry. That's literally a circle on a two-dimensional graph with an X and Y.
Yes, and he is doing that, but you are dishonest.
Yeah. It's a circle. Come on, Steve.
Bev, I'm going to respect you more than you are respecting yourself. So since you are fully aware that this represents the surface of the Earth, right, and since you're fully aware that the elevation
that
angle
you've drawn
that
a load of parallel lines
shows
on
these angles right here, so 27.75 degrees in Alice, Texas, is the altitude angle that we would be looking at in order to see the pole star. So
draw your horizontals on it, and then you can rebut my earlier statement that all horizontals are parallel.
Model, but it doesn't make sense on this model. Can you answer that question for us?
And say on both of the graphs, all of the horizontals are actually parallel, apart from one that you put a circle on and tried to imagine that you drew angles.
So the question I have
is, you can't have an angle to a curve, can you?
Why does it work on the round Earth model, but this same observation doesn't work on the flat Earth model? Can you please explain that to us?
An angle, as he's got, I just have to point out, because this happens loads. He has got a flat Earth model and a globe Earth model, but they're both just on graph paper. Euclidean graph paper. That's as far as his model goes. It's ridiculous. Not a model at all. As you well know, is the inclination of one straight line to another straight line.
So once again, Bev, if we plot this observation on a globe, it makes sense. But when we plot it on a flat Earth, it doesn't make sense. Can you explain this to us?
Do you want to go proof for proof? Because I gave you an argument earlier on, right?
I want you to explain
why. Is this your rebuttal? Is this your rebuttal? I'm testing him now, right? He knows the argument I gave him earlier, and he's blatantly ignoring it.
Yes, of course. And he gaslighting and red herring with these graphs.
This must have been scripted, this part, right? This particular bit has to be something he's already planned to bring in.
Yes, and not only him. This is Rumpus making graphs. Yes, this is a very old tactic from the beginning. So nothing changed here.
Yeah. I don't care about the flat Earth. I've told you, it's not flat.
Reds, we have a bigger issue on the table, I think, and a more important actual question. I think Jared actually really brings up a very, very significant question to be asked. I mean, we're talking about philosophy here. So
no, we're not talking about philosophy. Keep this in mind, Steve.
We're talking about philosophy here. It's not. We're talking about geometry, pure geometry at the minute. Now, if you want to bring philosophy of the geometry into it, the philosophy of whether a straight line's straight, Well, I'm guessing that's what he's talking about. Because there's no other philosophy going on here right now. We're just trying to establish what they're talking about as a rebuttal to the horizontals being parallel.
We are not talking about philosophy. This is a textbook example of intellectual.
I agree. This is the philosophical question I'm going to pose to you. Jared states that Bev actually does seem to he does actually kind of know this. He's just being intellectually dishonest on purpose. So what do you think? I mean, do you think Bev has some basic understanding of geometry and he's just lying to people, or do you think he's just incompetent? What is your view?
I think he.
I don't think Red's Rhetoric or Steve McRae are capable for saying what other people know about geometry at all. This is definitely gaslighting. These two people now are teaming up together to be blatant gaslighters for the people that they have watching their show.
Yes.
I don't think they can. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go on.
I was just. I want to add that, in my opinion, I don't think Reds and McRae can even say what they themselves know about geometry.
Mm-hmm. It's basic stuff. We've been saying it for a few years now. This geometry and the logic and how simple you can make an argument. And we can take that argument into a discussion with a group of people and they will argue for hours about a straight line. Never actually getting to the actual argument because they can't face it. They know that once they progress past the straight line, they have to deal with horizontals being parallel. All of the perpendicular from the verticals necessarily making horizontals that are parallel. All of them. It's an impossible position for the globe mind to put itself in. And because of that, what they do is they run and hide and they shield. Their brains do it to themselves to stop them from acknowledging and going anywhere near these horizontals being parallel.
I think he understands the concepts in which I'm speaking. I think he's
just Euclidean.
Okay.
Yeah, I've only made up a non-Euclidean geometry of my own. But I mean, that and Euclidean are the only ones I really understand.
Bev, from my observations, I think there's a combination to be had. One, I do not think you understand geometry, but I do think you understand second grade geometry. For the image.
So Steve McRae thinks I do understand second grade geometry, but not geometry, as if there's any difference. I'll let you know, Steve, there isn't. Geometry is geometry.
That Red showed, if you pass second grade, you would understand that. So at that point, I do think you would have to be obfuscating and being deliberately dishonest by not understanding a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional sphere. So I have to go with
a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional sphere. The circle.
Yes,
Jared,
there's no surface. Not spherical surface.
Yeah.
I think Jared's probably right.
It was just a circle.
I'm going to say that Bev
circle represents
is dishonest. Something. Yeah, I think it's more intellectually dishonest and taking the piss more than anything else. This is not a fundamental misunderstanding of literally second grade
gaslighting.
This is kind of my thinking here.
I think they're stalling for time. They don't know what to do.
Yes, because they are stuck with this line that should be drawn there. And they cannot, because they cannot draw this line under this circle, this chord line, because they would draw a straight line. So it would destroy this circle, this green circle.
Yeah, you can't even have the circle without the straight line. But Steve McRae says there are no straight lines. Madness.
Complete mess.
Yeah.
Yes.
My thinking here is that when Bev freely admitted that he was a flat earther,
oh, come. That's a lie. I've never been a flat earther. I've been friendly to flat earthers. I've talked to flat earthers. They're just normal people. People have all sorts of different opinions. I've never been a flat earther. I've always said that to people as well. Come on, Reds.
He was at.
I've never done that.
Steve,
That's a blatant lie. Blatant lie.
You have to
oh, is he muted me? So yeah, now this is the first time he muted me. Just as Red's rhetoric starts lying about me and me saying, no, that's a lie. They mute me purposely so that they can just blatantly lie about me.
Yes, without interruption. Yes, to audience.
That's actually a major red flag. I mean, it's if you were looking for, concrete evidence that they are dishonest and working together, well, there you go.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I believe that when Bev originally called himself a flat earther,
he never
he was proud to
flat
do so.
Earther. He's a liar.
I truly believe that he was proud to do so. But
I never did that.
While engaged in this discussion, engaged in this debate, he kept getting defeated.
So don't worry about
when
that.
He would argue against the globe and while he was supporting the flat earth. Because as anyone who's been engaged in this debate for as long as I have will know, there actually is no argument for
everybody
the flat
earth. Right. Did you hear what he just said then? He's blatantly lying, right? Now, one of the things that we've brought from logic is to point out to everybody that there is no argument for the globe. Dave Weiss has a challenge up to give him a proof for the globe. There never will be one because the globe has no argument. We've shown that. That is particularly this Discord server. The people on this Discord server have got together, found logic, and then found that there is no argument in favor of the globe model. Cannot be done, cannot be made, because, as they say, there is no proof for the globe model. So it's the globe that has no argument. Now, I don't know about flat earthers and all the flat earth. There's no argument for that as far as I know, because I've never seen anybody else come up with any arguments. We have been talking to people for years around this particular subject, and we've never seen any of that sort of stuff other than the arguments that have been made in this Discord server. It's sort of what we do. We specialize in these sort of things. It's our thing. Arguments, proofs, truth. That's what we're after. Always on the level, talking honest. These people are blatantly lying. Everybody should be able to see that.
And they are not talking about geometry anymore, but only about you.
Yeah.
So.
There is no model for the flat Earth. You can't make any useful predictions with any flat Earth model. And Bev is fully aware that the flat Earth model...
I didn't go there to do anything to do with the flat Earth either. I went there to show them an argument about horizontals being parallel. Everything that's occurring in their minds is what they are bringing. It's their baggage that they're bringing into this. They should just release it and just access the argument. Just deal with those facts and the reasoning around it. Rebut that. They know they can't. So that's why they're doing this. They're lost in the minute. They've hit aporia and they've hid underneath their bridge. It's frightened them.
Perhaps they're also defending their ego, right?
Well, they've been so, like this going now. They're going at flat earthers, although flat earthers have got nothing to do with this. It's an argument about horizontals being parallel. Not flat earthers, and it's not a flat earth argument as far as I know. I've never even heard a flat earther come up with that argument. So it's not from flat earth. This is just a reality, geometric statement that we have come up with, people on this server. Plenty more of them to come. They're very simple. There's going to be loads of simple arguments from reality that people are going to try and gaslight you about straight lines. We've had it for years. It's not going to end. These people that we've been talking to are literally crazy. They're insane.
Renders a substantial amount of contradictions that has no solution. And even if you brute forced
one model that does have a lot
to one problem, you would introduce another. For example, they brute forced a flatter solution for the Eratosthenes observation.
The brute forced? What's he talking about? And he's talking about the Eratosthenes observations.
By placing the sun small and local, only to introduce another problem when it came to the sun's angular size. I just made a video on that. Watch it, please. So
we've got Betty to do that.
With him understanding that there actually is no saving the flat Earth.
If I may, if you can pause it for a second. So right now, Reds is just rambling on, trying to deconstruct the straw man that he made just a moment ago. So he mentioned ball model and flat Earth model. So now he's attacking the flat Earth model that he introduced. That he mentioned. Sorry, he hasn't introduced it. He just mentioned it.
He's just repeating this narration from like 6 years ago. So
yeah, I think personally, the argument about horizontals being parallel, say it again, is too much for them to handle. So their only acceptable way that they can do to rebut it is to call me a flat earther, and then all horizontals being parallel will become a flat earth argument.
Yes, and now he's talking about Bev flat earther, and he's now going on script with what he knows from like 2016. So he's in this is his cup of tea. So he's just he knows what to say, because he's arguing against Bev flat earther. So that's the script. And that's why you are muted.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt.
Yeah, so I can't say, look, guys, I'm not a flat earther. Never said I'm a flat earther. I've never been a flat earther. I never would want to be a flat earther. It's a ridiculous position to take. Sorry to all of the flat earthers, but I'm guessing they know that by now. I've never said anything different. I'm here being able to talk to these guys as a not flat earther quite easily. Just coming from reality. Just that these guys have done some sort of reasoning to put me into the flat earth. But I'm telling you, I'm just coming from reality. All of the arguments we bring will be from reality. They will be checkable and provable in reality. We won't come up with an argument that isn't based in reality, because you can't. That's how we know the globe model will never have an argument in favor for it, because it's not real. It's not there. You cannot form an argument around something that isn't real. That's why they have a problem. That's why they've muted me. That's why they're trying to discredit me, defame me, put me in a different group of people, just so that they can talk shit about it. Talk shit about an argument that I've brought, rather than rebut the argument. No, that's too hard for a globe mind to be able to do.
While having an intellectually honest discussion, what he is trying to do is define flat Earth into existence.
Trying to define flat Earth into existence. That's what he says I'm trying to do. What's going on in his head? If that's what he thinks I'm trying to do, that's bad. You know Red's rhetoric is in a bad position if he's saying that.
Yes, and he's talking for you, muting you, instead of asking.
Yeah.
Why don't ask? For example, you to explain. No, he knows better. He knows better that you are flat earther. So there's no point to discuss in that case, because if he knows better what you think, so what we can say about that?
Meaning, by you using the words horizontal,
saying all
level,
horizontals are parallel,
vertical, this type of shit, by you using those words, you unintentionally admit to the flat Earth because of the definitions that he superimposes on these words, not knowing that there actually is context that we use to these words. Like, for example, horizontal. Horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Exactly.
Now, Bev would want you to believe plane means flat, as we already demonstrated earlier in this. He kind of said the quiet part out loud and admitted.
Now, did you hear that? I'll rewind that bit. This is Red's. Remember, he's muted me. And he's talking now. He's going to talk about a plane. Betty to do that.
With him understanding that there actually is no saving the flat Earth, while having an intellectually honest discussion, what he is trying to do is define flat Earth into existence. Meaning, by you using the words horizontal,
saying all horizontals are parallel,
vertical, this type of shit, by you using those words, you unintentionally admit to the flat Earth because of the definitions that he superimposes on these words. Not
the definitions I superimpose on the definitions.
At least now he has finally explained his trick, or his way of thinking, what's going on in his head. So his plan was to make you admit that you are a flat earther, whatever that means, for whatever reason. And now he's just rechanting it. He's speaking out loud. He's voicing it so he can hear it. So now that he can speak about it, now it becomes truth for him. So he feels safe and secure now.
Something like that. Yes, that was the plan, to force Bev to say that he is flat earther. So, or to admit that he is in fact flat earther. And now he is just talking, claiming victory, that yes, that was our point, and now we can say that in this discussion, Bev admitted that he is flat earther. So That's point.
What's the? Is it an expression? I think it's in England where is it? Am I confusing things, or is it pigeon chess? When you shit on the chessboard and then you claim victory over the game, that you won the game.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of people talk about that, but that's normally the globe side that does that.
Yeah, sorry about that mental image.
Knowing that there actually is context that we use to these words. Like, for example, horizontal. Horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right, horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's what I used as my argument at the beginning. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. He's just agreed with that. Then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Is the reasoning statement that Red's rhetoric cannot come to. He cannot make that reasoning leap from all horizontals being parallel to the plane. Exactly.
Now, Bev would want you to believe plane means flat, as we already demonstrated earlier in this.
Bev would want you to mean, but I've never said that. I would say a plane is 2D. But what's going on in Red's head for him to do this? What is going on? What's he thinking about?
I think he's thinking that he must either slap a label on you and also hopefully stick a handle so he can find a way to manipulate you or put you in one of the bins, because he doesn't know what to do with you.
Plane. It's been set up for quite a bit with the aid of a fair few other people. They initially do it by adding the word flat in front of plane. Because now Red's rhetoric's going to say, I'm the one that says it's a flat plane. Well, it's not. It's 2D. Because that's where their mind's going, right? They need 2D to be the surface of a sphere also. So they need a plane to curve. And that is allowed by people by putting flat in front of plane. Because now he's going to want to mentally put curve there in front of everybody, right? But what he's doing these, I don't know, I call it the wizard. This is what Jesse Kozlowski did. He leaves it out in the open. Then their gullible people that are listening to him will imply it themselves by the words he's using. Listen to it again. I don't know whether he's doing this to himself or whether he's intentionally doing this to try and fool people. Listen.
Horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Exactly.
Now, Bev would want you to believe plane means flat, as we already demonstrated earlier in this.
Now, Bev would want you to think that plane means flat. No, I wouldn't. I've said that many times. But it is 2D. Like, literally. I don't want you to believe it is 2D. You should already know that a plane is 2D. Everybody should know that. That's not what Reds is saying. Reds is saying that I want you to believe something about it when you should already know it for yourself. He's manipulating weak minds. And if you've been manipulated by it, then you've obviously got a weak mind. If Red's rhetoric can imply something that you should know is impossible. There's no curvature to a plane, ever.
Yes, but he wants to, I think that he wants to replace word, for example, smooth. So if we have a smooth surface, that would mean that with flat, that would mean that curved surface, because it can be smooth, therefore can be flat. I think so. But he is just changing the meaning of the word flat to smooth surface. So that would work. This trick would work in that way. Not in me, of course, but maybe to the audience. Yes, I don't know.
Well, he did just say, like Paige quite rightly says, he did just admit that the plane of the horizon is horizontal. That's how horizontals are defined, as being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, but he was referring to you, that he's deliberating what you said, and what we need to do with that, what you said.
Yeah.
So to resolve problem, how to qualify you as flat earther in that regard.
It's
kind of said the quiet part out loud and admitted to being a flat earth when we were discussing the definition of a plane there, but I digress. Moving on.
Wow.
The horizon at human scale can be considered a plane.
The horizon at human scale can be considered a plane. Okay?
That's good.
That's the only... Right, yeah. And if it's a plane at scale, yes. At one scale, it'll be a plane at any other scale. It doesn't change. It's like a straight line at any scale will always be a straight line. Scale doesn't change the geometries of anything. Nothing changes a straight line to being a curved line in reality, particularly not a scale.
Because,
in fact, I don't think Red's rhetoric actually understands what scale is. I bet he's one of those globe earthers, you know, that hasn't got a clue.
Yeah. You have to travel 70 miles roughly for a single degree of change.
So if
you're standing on the shoreline and you can only see 5.2 miles of the horizon with a 120 degree field of view, that means you would only really be seeing 0.07 degrees. It's hardly anything.
This is ridiculous.
So even though we know for a fact that there is a slight curve to the horizon.
You hear that?
Yes, slight curve.
Even though we know for a fact.
Yes, fact.
No proof, no nothing, no. He did say human scale, the horizon could be a plane.
Yes, but now we know for a fact.
Yeah, we know for a fact it's curved. So he was deceiving. What he said earlier was a blatant lie, because now he's just said the opposite.
Yes, and by the way, we don't know for a fact, because if they knew for a fact, whole internet would be crowded with proofs.
Yeah.
Of curved horizon.
Yeah, plus, every mathematical definition of horizontal is wrong, according to Red's rhetoric.
Plus, he's doing this trick with, you know, invoking size or implying size, implying comparative sizes or sizes to be compared, but he never quantifies. And instead of quantifying, he's using weasel words such as it's way too large, or it's a curvature that it's ever so slight, or it's way too small. But he never quantifies exactly how small or exactly what size. You know, he's not giving, for example, a ratio between, you know, the average human body and the size of the earth or the size of the drop or whatever.
Because he can't be, because it is unmeasurable. You cannot measure it. They only calculate it. So that's why. That's why, because it is not measured at all. This divergence from vertical being vertical or drop from horizontal. There is no one till now who can who measured it and who can measure. It is impossible. So that's why he's talking about this things without measurements. So he cannot say that it is measured as such. This scale, we are using this scale because it was measured as such. No, it wasn't. So that's why he's talking about some visual things, or not visual, because actually we cannot see that far. So no proof, and exactly not for a fact.
Yeah.
We know for a fact that we don't know. That's the fact.
No, we know for a fact that the horizon, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. We know that geometrically, the horizon has a plane. It has to, otherwise you can't base all horizontals upon it. So we do know that. I mean,
Yes,
they don't make definitions like that. They, not me, they have already made these definitions. They know that for a fact. They definitely know there's no curvature within a horizontal or a plane.
Yes, I was referring to what he said, that we, these globers say that we know for a fact that there is curvature. No, the fact is that they have no facts to prove or to support this claim that there is some curvature. There is no evidence for that.
It just shows you how badly they're reacting to the argument, right? Being presented with the simplest argument that you could possibly think of that relates geometry to reality through horizontal, surprisingly enough, triggers them. It's all through the water level and all through us finding out our proofs in reality that horizontal is a straight line. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. We can use that to determine that no part of a straight line lies within a plane and any other part lies outside of that plane. It just can't happen. Very easy to do in reality, practical tests that we've done for ourselves, found these proofs. These people obviously haven't, and they cannot discuss this with us. It's upsetting for them. And their mind goes to these crazy places.
It's so subtle that we can just call it a plane without doing damage to our epistemology. Level is a surface that is exactly 90 degrees to the pole of gravity, or a surface that is congruent to another surface.
So level is at 90 degrees to a plumb bob. Vertical. Horizontal. It's a straight line.
No, that's not what he said. He said that it's vertical to gravity. Isn't that what he said?
Perpendicular to gravity, yeah. He said it's 90 degrees to gravity, and everybody knows that a plumb bob is what you call gravity. It's vertical. Right? If you wanted to explain gravity to anybody, you would do it with a plumb bob, a weight on the end of a string. That tool establishes a vertical, and a vertical is a straight line.
Or a balloon filled with lifting gas. tied to a string.
Could
Yes,
have
but,
wind involved with that.
Yes, but plumb bob is more certain because
Well, a heavy balloon then.
whatever. But still, this is a straight line, and this is vertical. It means gravity and vertical means the same. But he didn't explain that he meant this Newtonian gravity to the center of the mass. So now we don't know what he's talking about,
Well,
what gravity he's talking about.
I've got an objection to one thing that you said. You said that vertical is, how did you say it? With gravity, like vertical is parallel to gravity. Is that what you said?
No.
I said
Every
that...
time we've ever talked to anybody about gravity and reality, the only thing they can relate it to is a plumb bob. And a plumb bob is a tool that establishes vertical. So in order, everyday means gravity is just vertical. That's it. A vector.
Well, in the ball world, that's not true, because in the spinning ball world, because in the spinning ball world, the plumb bob will deviate from the vertical.
In the spinning ball, we will not live.
There is no plumb on a spinning ball. Any motion, any movement, plumb bob will not be vertical.
Besides the very poles of the ball, like if the plumb bob is vertical to the axis.
No,
yes.
any spinning.
If you go to the very top or the very bottom of the gravity attracting stuff spinning ball, then your plumb bob will be geometrically vertical. If it's like
It's always,
aligned.
a plumb bob is always vertical.
Not on a spinning ball world. It's
in
not.
Reality, which is the only thing that we're talking about, is a plumb bob is vertical. It's a tool for establishing a vertical.
Yeah, and building buildings so they don't fall on our heads. Yeah, carry on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't deal with the imaginary models of other people unless you're bringing that model in. In which case, it's rubbish, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I'll save it for some other time. Yeah. I'm not going to bring it in right now.
Meaning that the rubber on the tire is level with the rim that it is on.
Let's put that back again, right? So this is Red's rhetoric on some sort of a rant. And listen to what he puts together without me interrupting. 40 seconds, this bit.
Reason at human scale can be considered a plane, because you have to travel 70 miles roughly for a single degree of change. So if you're standing on the shoreline and you can only see 5.2 miles of the horizon with a 120 degree field of view, that means you would only really be seeing 0.07 degrees. It's hardly anything.
This is ridiculous.
So even though we know for a fact that there is a slight curve to the horizon, it's so subtle that we can just call it a plane without doing damage to our epistemology. Level is a surface that is exactly 90 degrees to the pole of gravity, or a surface that is congruent to another surface, meaning that the rubber on the tire is level with the rim that it is on.
Right, now, here's a contradiction for you. How can you have 90 degrees to something at right angles and also be a circle, the rubber on a tire to the rim? So how can level be at right angles to and a circle? How can level be both a straight line and a circle?
Cannot be, of course.
Diletheist.
It cannot. Oh, cannot be.
Yeah. Diletheism from Red's rhetoric. Blatantly, in one sentence, the same sentence, he contradicts himself without even knowing it. Cognitive veiling.
Oh, I think, in my opinion, he knows.
I don't think anybody, well, if he knows, right, and he's willing to contradict himself in the same sentence, he also suspects that his audience are stupid. Because he's trying to push that blatant contradiction onto them as though it's not anything strange, right? It's normal behavior. He wants them to say the same thing. He wants them to have a contradictory thought, to accept a contradiction.
I'm guessing that the reason that he's doing this is so that he wants to create a bunch of precedents. Precedents. I don't know if I'm saying the word right.
Mm-hmm.
So one of those precedents is that I gotcha, Bev. You admitted on record that you are a flat earther. So that's one of them. Another one that I'm seeing him trying to do now is he wants to set a precedent where the word, the phrase vertical to the level can also be applied to stuff that are not straight lines and planar surfaces. So he wants to implant the idea that the tire is vertical to the rim, which is actually a nonsense statement.
I have a clip where I was talking to Mick West. I wasn't talking to Mick West. Mick West came on 24/7 and we had a chat with him. He exposed his lack of understanding of his supposed calculator. Calculates the curvature of level. But then after that, he went to go and lick his wounds over with Fight the Flat Earth. And on that Fight the Flat Earth show, Mick West was there with Sean Huffraud. And Sean Huffraud presented this very argument about level being a circle. And Mick West laughed it off and says, you cannot have that. You can't start redefining level. Level is not a circle. Like Red's rhetoric says, it's right angles. Right means straight. And straight is because those right angles are straight lines. They are perpendiculars, which are straight, defined as straight. You cannot have a 90-degree angle without two straight lines. And all right angles are equal is an axiom from Euclidean geometry. It's an axiom of reality. A fundamental axiom of reality. Right angles being obviously 90 degrees because they say 360 for a circle, divide that by 4. But a right angle is just straight lines, perpendicular. In simple geometric terms, a right angle is two straight lines. You cannot make that into a circle, which Red Rhetoric has just done. And he's expecting. There's a lot of globe believers that'll have to go along with this. They can't have the straight line. That perpendicular relationship of right angles is the thing that destroys their model. That's why all of this arguments and all of these things that we do, just based around vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. This is the core of the simplistic argument. Advanced simplicity, break it down to its simplest thing, and you're talking about straight lines, perpendicular. These guys cannot have that. They have to associate a right angle and perpendicular to a circle. They can't get it out of their heads. Can't do it.
Otherwise, your tire would be fucked.
No.
All right, so I'm gonna give
horizontal and not have any damage to our epistemology.
All right, so I'm gonna give Bev 2 minutes. I'm gonna silence you, Reds, for 2 minutes. Okay.
Cool.
Right now, this is where he's said he's just let Reds go for I don't know how long, 5 minutes or so, blatantly lying about us, and then blatantly lying about geometry and gaslighting to the audience, contradicting himself. And now he said he's going to mute Reds and give me 2 minutes. Let's see how that goes.
Cool.
I'm going to give him 2 minutes after I'm done speaking. But here's raises the problem. If we agree that he's just trolling and being a Poe, then he probably does believe the Earth is actually sphere. It is round. It is just like all the globe people are telling him. And he's just taking the piss, which means he's not actually a flat earther. So the poll would be wrong, right?
And you notice there, he said, all of the globe people are telling him. Right? Not people in reality, just the globe people are telling me things.
I mean, because he's not if he's really lying to people and just being dishonest, he's not a true flat earther. He's just pretending to be because whatever reasons. But
history would deem otherwise. I have no evidence to show that he knows that the Earth is round. I have evidence, however, to show that he believes that the Earth is flat.
All right, so okay, I accept this. So going by what his own words have been.
To point it out again, I do not have a belief that the Earth is flat. I have a knowledge. I know it is not flat. I have a proof it's not flat. I do believe I've said that many times. It's just that these lying globe people are just lying. Blatantly lying.
And according to him, he is a flat earther, but you have you can't say one.
Not according to me. I'm not a flat earther. I have to keep saying this because these lying bastards just keep doing this.
Way or whatever.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Are you going to give me the 2 minutes, or are you just going to carry on having your back and forth?
I'm going to mute you and let us, because I don't like being interrupted. I think we've got that down. So I will give you 2 full minutes, just like I did Reds. I give you my word. But I just want to get this point across.
According
to what he's saying, he's a flat earther. Whether he actually is or one or not is irrelevant. Is that what you're saying? Because I agree with that. I think it's irrelevant. He's just Poe.
Yeah,
right.
I would say. I
just want to know where he's coming from. So let me give him 2 full minutes, and I'm going to mute you. Okay, Reds?
That's fine. Do you want an answer to that question, or
please. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be very, very quick. I believe that he is indeed a flat earther. It's just that he realized.
Now, Red's rhetoric believes he has a lot of beliefs. Does Red's rhetoric?
There's no actual arguments for the flat Earth, so he has to argue semantics.
Okay. So at that point, he does believe the Earth is flat.
Did he say there's no arguments for the flat Earth? I've never brought an argument for the flat Earth. I did just bring him an argument at the beginning. It definitely wasn't from the flat Earth. It was from me. The argument. A black swan argument. That all they have to do is show the one black swan. The one horizontal that isn't parallel to horizontals. Or the one horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. Maybe it's on a bit of a tilt, a bit of a slant, a bit of a slope to it.
And he's still being trolling and dishonest.
Yes, correct. It could be both. And why not both?
Why not both? Okay, Bev, you have the floor for exactly 2.5 minutes. I'll give you because that's basically what he had. Timing begins now, and I'm going to mute Reds. There he goes. He's muted.
Thank you very much. As everybody knows, and everybody has known, and everybody that knows me, I've never been a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther, and I can never be a flat earther because I have a proof that the earth is not flat. I do actually have a qualification in surveying, so I have actually practically measured that the earth is not flat. So I know that. I thank you for letting me come on tonight because you allowed me to point out that all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon means that all horizontals are parallel to each other. That's a statement that requires a black swan type answer to it to show a horizontal that isn't parallel to another horizontal or parallel to the plane of the horizon, which is impossible. So I know and I can understand why you like to think that I am a flat earther, but I'm not. And please don't take these arguments that I'm bringing, very simple arguments, as flat earth arguments, because they're not. They're from reality. So please don't take it as a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther, never have been, never will be. Thank you very much.
All right, so I have one last question for Bev.
I knew it was the time was coming to an end because they'd started doing all of the lying and stuff. I thought that was a good summary.
Yes, very, very good, precise and concise. So
yeah,
yes,
a good finishing move. There we go.
Bev, if I start walking and I continue walking, I keep going in the same direction, right? I just keep walking and I keep walking. Assume I can walk as long as I want to walk and there's no obstructions or nothing. Where am I going to end up?
Walking straight.
Walking along the surface of the earth, because I have no other choice. I can't go through the earth. So walking along the surface of the earth, and I stay on the same longitude or same latitude. Longitude,
no, he's got the do.
Yeah, he picked it up.
He's also doing now.
Yeah. Just walking. It like what a stupid question. My brain shut down at this point, right? He just asked me if he starts walking in a straight line, where does he go to? It's like what?
Bev,
Stupid.
I think the answer is right there in the way that he asked the question. He didn't say that he's just gonna be walking. He said do.
Yeah.
Right?
That's in those little humpy jump bits like Reds was doing.
He's talking about surface of the earth.
Yeah.
So.
Straight line.
He's invoking the model with the latitude, longitude.
The 2D.
Yes, we are not walking on longitude lines.
Yeah.
Same longitude, but same latitude, but different longitude. So I'm just walking straight, on the surface of the earth. Where am I going to end up? Will I keep walking forever, or will I end up where I began?
Do you want to come on? Probably end up at a shoreline somewhere, right? Thinking about it, and then you wouldn't be able to walk anymore. You'd have to swim,
unless you can walk on the water.
Well, yeah,
I don't think so, but
I'm on a canal. I've got a canal near me.
No, that's
27 miles long. Let's get on the canal and in a canoe.
Answer the question,
and we'll both go paddling down the canoe, and then ask me then.
Bev, that's not the question.
No elevation changes.
Bev,
no
if I continue walking, regardless of
horizontal plane,
regardless of elevation changes, if I continue walking, am I going to walk forever? Am I going to fall off something, or will I return where I start? Those are only the three options. Which one do you pick?
Come on the canal with us.
I'm going to mute you until you answer the question, because I don't play this like Reds. I don't want to have a non-answer to a question. Here are your options, because they're the only three options that are possible. One, infinite. You keep on walking. Two, canal. You could. I guess you can hit a wall. We'll go with that one too. So you hit something.
Hit a wall. I've not even heard it. Sounds like fucking nonsense.
Okay, so basically, you continue on forever. hit a wall, or end up where you started. I don't think there's any other options.
Or fall off the edge.
Yeah, that's if you can
fall
pause. So to me, this sounds like again now Cray Cray is trying to wear a pair of white gloves, but essentially try to do the same crap that Reds is trying to pull on you. Like he's desperately until the last moment trying to slap a label on you. So the rationale here is that, okay, we kind of we get it that you're a flat earther, but you're a kind of flat earther that you don't want to say that you're a flat earther. So let's now move on to how do you believe that the flat Earth actually is? Is it like pizza in space? Is it like a snow globe, or is it like an infinite plane?
No, he's saying, he's asking me if a straight line is straight or whether it returns back on itself. Which technically is what he's talking about in orbit. The straight lines that return back on themselves.
I think he's just asking that so he can... I think he wants to see what flat Earth model you subscribe to, for lack of a better description.
No, I'm telling you. He thinks that straight lines return back to themselves. Like Red's rhetoric thinks level is a circle. Steve McRae thinks a straight line returns back to itself. Like a lot of people who have this model, they think straight lines are circles.
I don't get it. Even if you use the Google Earth or whatever, or just the sphere, I mean, it's if you head straight, even if you're walking on a sphere, you're not gonna return where you started from. I mean, I don't get it. It's crazy.
Well, you have to have a word with a few globers because
no,
the geometric argument takes them. I'm telling you, you will be confused forever when you try to talk to these guys with models and what they think a straight line is.
I think I'm confused enough. Thank you. I got a lot on my plate. Thanks, though.
Well, a straight line is this like a plane. It just extends indefinitely. Geometrically. Doesn't return back on itself.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't say a straight line segment. He said a straight line. So it's going to be straight and infinite. What else can it be?
Well, he thinks it returns back on itself. That's what straight lines do on the globe.
Off the edge. We'll go with those four options. Hit a wall.
No,
off the edge.
I don't think so. I don't think they do. That was one of my points. That even on a globe, the straight lines, they do not return to themselves. If you
no, but you are talking about line which is not on the globe. You are talking about tangent line. You will end in space. You will end in space. So,
correct.
But he is talking about walking along the surface of the Earth.
Straight line.
And for him,
so how are you going to orient yourself? How will you know that you will be walking straight, though? Even if you were walking on a sphere, you would have to navigate somehow, right? You have to set a course and follow it.
Yes, but still, if he assumes a sphere, it is not straight line. It has to be a circle. So he is assuming that you are walking in the circle. But he is asking the question about Mission Impossible, of course, because you cannot go indefinitely. Even if you are going in straight line, and straight line is you cannot end this path. So how you can say that you are walking straight line or not? You could never obtain an answer for that.
I think, Bev, you should encourage him to get up and walk. Exercise will be very good for him.
Yeah. Would be. This is going to happen more and more. Steve McRae and many of the globe people think that straight lines are circles, and they'll say, no, I don't. Come and have a chat with us. You do. You have to. There's no way around it. There are no straight lines in that particular geometry. Yet they're all on a two-dimensional surface. It's very strange. Shouldn't really put your mind in those places.
Walk forever, or you end up where you started. Those are your 4 options. Which one do you pick? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Here you go.
I'll go with epoche.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
There you go. That's it. That's how to get kicked again from Steve McRae. Mentioning epoche, walking in a straight line. I don't know where he's going. Where would you end up? I haven't got a clue. I don't know where Steve McRae would end up if he was a straight line, but that's it. Yeah, literally. They kicked us.
For joining us, Bev.
See, he's
obviously
just
cannot answer that.
No, because as I
me.
said,
That answer my
Again,
question.
that's
He's
the... Again, so... The end. So if you want to know how to really upset a globe person, point out that the horizon, all horizontals from your position, anybody's position, will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That means that all horizontals, geometrically, will be parallel to each other. You can use a proposition within Euclid's elements to do that. So it does have geometric backing. And as you've just seen over the last 2 days, these guys have no rebuttal to it. The only thing they can do is obfuscate and distract their own minds from the very argument that you've just laid forward. It's a simple argument too. That employs the reasoning. There we go. So thank you very much for listening to that. I will just put the Discord back on here. I'll shut that screen off. Now, I will be clipping that and putting it on a Buster song. I don't know. Maybe an Only Fools and an Insane. Because there's a couple of different bits in there. I think the Only Fools is don't listen to fools. Don't take advice from fools, Buster. I think we'll put that in it because there are definite points where they're gaslighting and it shouldn't be done. So you shouldn't listen to people like that. That's where don't take advice from fools comes in. But the insane part is some of the stuff that they literally said is unbelievable. It's impossible, but they have to have it. They expose their globe model. Now, I've got a few books to go over here because calling this the argument, very simply, because that's why I did choose this argument. I've been saying for months that the globe has no argument in favor for it, right? You cannot make an argument in favor of the globe. Just try it, literally. Well, first off, you have to understand what an argument is. So that's what we're doing over these midweek sessions. Tuesday night, logic night. So we've got some simple argument stuff. Come on, you have to get down, Cat. Sorry. In the books I have here, this one, Trivium, we went over it. It has a few sections of logic in it. Most people, I don't know whether they get wary of listening to people say things or whatever, particularly me. Now, I keep trying to point out that this stuff that we go over here, it don't go over it because I say it. What you want to be doing is you want to be using your own reasoning. The whole point of the Trivium is to give people, let's call it, it is called the liberal arts. And that is, I believe, because it liberates the person into an individual. You can be free with your own thinking. You don't need to trust other people for things. You have the ability to reason whether it's logical or not. So some of these books I'm going over will be, well, I've got the Organon, a couple of Trivium books, and eventually we've got Rhetoric and a lot of it's old stuff, Aristotle, but yeah, I'll maybe we'll go over a bit tomorrow on how it's changed and how people have changed and how thinking has changed over the time. But this is me reading now from a book called Trivium, where this is the logic section, and I'm trying to pick out bits that are relevant to this argument, right? The argument about horizontals being parallel, right? So this is modus ponens. Most people within the arena have heard of a modus tollens, mainly because somebody else has confused stuff. But this is a modus ponens that is stating an all situation. So this is what this particular book says about modus ponens. It says, a simple and powerful form of deductive argument was identified by the Stoic logician Chrysippus of Soli, 280 to 205 BC. It is known as modus ponens, the way of adding on. That's what it's called. And we use it every day. Everybody uses it every day. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q. Here it is again in a slightly expanded form. If P is true, then Q is also true. P is true. Q, therefore Q is true. Expanded again. If I touch the bubble, it will burst. I touch the bubble, it burst. So all you're doing is you are affirming the antecedent as being true. And then you can take the implication, the consequent, as also being true. This is where mind your P's and Q's, thank you, Emma, is vitally important, because you have to make sure the antecedent is followed by a consequent. Like, the consequent actually has to follow. You can't have a non sequitur, something that doesn't follow. They have to be linked. You have to really think about the P and the Q and how they relate to each other.
By causation.
Yeah.
So the P here has to be caused of Q. Because antecedent means what is coming before, and consequent is what is coming after or following. So effect is following the cause. So in that modus ponens, we are manipulating the cause to see the effect. And that's how we know what experiment is. Because this checking this bubble is making experiment.
Yep.
In fact, we are making experiment.
Yep. This is actual proof. This is how you come to reason these things. This is called knowledge gaining. Modus ponens is a powerful logical tool. Many examples of modus ponens don't immediately resemble the template above, but by using expansion, see you later page, and examining the nexus, see you later page, or earlier page, we can quickly detect the validity preserving modus hiding in everyday logic. All fish can swim. So this fish can swim. Can be rephrased as a classic modus ponens. If it is true that this is a fish, if P, then it is true that it can swim. Then Q. This is a fish, P is true. Therefore, this fish can swim. Therefore, Q is true. Modus ponens is iterative. What is also iterative? Arguments can be built on top of one another ad infinitum. The following argument, for example, is valid. All logicians are clever. All clever people need pencils. Therefore, all logicians need pencils. We can use expansion, P, to show this syllogism in Barbara consists of two modus ponens arguments. Firstly, if it is true there are logicians, if P, then they are clever, then Q. Logicians exist, P, therefore they are clever, therefore Q. Where the last two parts of the argument are implied rather than stated, as statements of mere existence often are. And secondly, if clever people exist, if Q, then they need pencils, then R. Clever people exist, Q, therefore they need pencils, therefore R. It's a little bit weird. Iteration also gives rise to sorites. What's that? Sorites. A long chain of arguments attached to one another. It also gives rise to sororities paradoxes, one of the most irretractable types of logical problem. The modus ponens has an important formal fallacy of its own, right? Affirming the consequent. The then part of the first line of an argument here, instead of arguing validity, if P then Q, P therefore Q, is argued invalidly. If P then Q, Q therefore P. If I touch the bubble, it will burst. The bubble burst, therefore I touched it. Affirming the consequent.
Yes, because in affirming the consequent is this fallacy is because what modern logicians are not very eager to say, that you are reverting causation. The effect, bursting a bubble, is the effect. So you cannot make it antecedent. So and that's why if you have cause, like pressing by finger, you have this cause, but you created this cause, you pressed it, but without seeing a cause, and only you can see that it bursts, you still don't know that if someone pressed it, because it may be some other cause. So that's why you cannot invert that kind of statement.
Yep. Well, it does say if P then Q. How can you therefore put Q before the P? It does literally state if P then Q.
Yes, absolutely.
You can't then say, well, Q, therefore P. Like, that's backwards. It's literally reversing it around. And you will notice this a lot within these conversations that we have around this arena.
Yes, people for that, it's begging the question, and circular reasoning. It creates circular reasoning because the effect becomes a cause for the same cause. So it would mean that the cause is explaining itself, or the effect rather is explaining itself, because it is also the cause of itself. So this is just nonsense.
Yeah, this example does state it very well. It states, if I touch the bubble, it will burst. The bubble burst, therefore I touched it. Very easily, it does say, if I touch the bubble, the bubble burst, but there's no stating what made the bubble burst. It could be anything.
Yes.
And that's one of the things within this whole thing. But that's a modus ponens, right? Which is the argument. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that's the antecedent. It's an if statement stating something that if the horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? That needs to be checked, right? We need to affirm the antecedent, the first bit.
Yes.
That's modus ponens, affirming the antecedent. That's what the entire purpose of modus ponens particular logical statement is. Now, the consequent of that has to be derived logically, and you have to be able to make the link, which is why I gave the geometric statement about two straight lines being parallel to the same straight line. There's a reason I gave that before, to link these two things together. So the consequent of that statement, the initial statement, states that the horizontals will be parallel, because the geometric statement states that those two straight lines that are parallel to another straight line are parallel to each other.
Yes, you are, it is based on axiom, geometrical axiom. In fact, not only geometrical, but this is just logical statement. If A equals B and B equals C, it means A equals C. It refers to everything, not only geometry, everything. So this is just one of the principles of reasoning. So it is not only geometrical, it applies everywhere.
I'm going over all of these other arguments within this logic. no need for anybody to do fallacies or anything, because it is pretty clear that keeping on the argument, when I state the argument, I mean the horizontals, right? That argument is what we're talking about, because that's the argument that people don't think is an argument. So that's what we're checking tonight. We're going to go over it to make sure what seems like a very simple, straightforward argument that you can use reasoning power for. There are a group of people that's saying it isn't. So we're just going to try and keep on the track here for this. There's no need for me to go through fallacies, because I don't know what fallacy there could be other than getting that wrong. So this particular book has a it says testing an argument. It says, when confronted with a complex argument or trying to develop one yourself, it can be a good idea to test it. Here are 3 ways to do this, right? So this is how to test an argument. 1. Reductio ad absurdum. To falsify a hypothesis, begin by assuming that it is true. If, based on that assumption, you can prove a contradiction, an absurdity, then you may conclude that your original hypothesis is false. Conversely, to prove a hypothesis is true, assume that it is false and see if the absurdities result. Here's a time-proven example from Euclid. We may have to go over this in pictorial form, but I'm not really prepared for it tonight, so we'll go over it. I'll say it says this is very Euclidean, geometric. Just imagine a triangle. Let ABC be a triangle having the angle ABC equal to the angle ACB. Basically an isosceles triangle, like a tall wigwam type shape, with A at the top, B bottom right, C on bottom left. I say that the side AB is also equal to the side AC, isosceles. For if AB is unequal to AC, one of them is greater. So here, that is the statement of the triangle, an isosceles triangle. And then it goes into the reductio ad absurdum. It says,
yes.
Let AB be greater, and from AB, the greater, let DB be cut off equal to AC, the less. Right?
Yes.
Let DC be joined. Then since DB is equal to AC and BC is common, the two sides DB and BC are equal to the two sides AC and CB respectively. And the angle DBC is equal to the angle ACB. Therefore, the base DC is equal to the base AB, and the triangle BCD will be equal to the triangle ACB to the greater, which is absurd. Therefore, AB is not unequal to AC. It is therefore equal to it. It's a basic geometric concept that you should already know, and it implies that you put an absurdity in there which you know is an absurdity, and it shows that it is an absurdity, because you can't have sides that are equal.
Yes, you can disprove using absurdity.
Yeah.
So you are following logic with false premises or wrong premises, and you are logically developing your argument, and you will land in absurd. So it means that your premise is false. If you land in a contradiction or in paradox, it means that your premise was false. Simple.
So that's one way to test an argument. I'm guessing that's the sort of thing that the globe could be doing, right? If we take the argument, the horizontals being parallel, and they say it's not an argument, then they should easily be able to prove that by using one of these particular methods to come around and...
Obviously, yes.
Okay, now the second one is the consequentia mirabilis. Have you ever heard that? Admirable consequence. The consequentia, like a reducto, tests a hypothesis by initially assuming it is false. If, on the basis of the assumption, you are then able to prove your hypothesis, you may conclude that it is true. Descartes' cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I exist, rephrase here rests on a form of this logical move. Okay. I like that. Okay. Descartes, cogito ergo sum. Tests a hypothesis by initially assuming it is false. Okay, so I am thinking. Granted that my thinking may be completely mistaken, I cannot deny that this is occurring. Applying the consequenta, I assert I am not thinking. This cannot be true, as the statement I am not thinking is itself the expression of a thought. Therefore, I was right to assert that I was thinking. I'll go over that again.
Yes,
Right.
but this is the same as statement I know that I know nothing.
Yeah.
By denying what you are doing, but the very fact that you are doing, like thinking, it means that you have to think. It's like saying I am thinking about not thinking.
Yeah.
So you still are thinking.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about thinking. It's yeah. Okay, so granted, I am thinking. Granted that my thinking may be completely mistaken, I cannot deny that this is occurring. Applying the consequenta, I assert I am not thinking. This cannot be true, as the statement I am not thinking is itself the expression of a thought. Therefore, I was right to assert I was thinking. And number 3, this is how you check. Occam's razor. Abduction seeks a hypothetical cause when which matches the known facts. When conducting such a risky undertaking, Occam's razor, named after William of Ockham, 1287, right, advises that a simple explanation is a better bet than a complex one. Newton gives the following philosophizing rule at the beginning of the third part of the 1726 edition of Principia. Rule 1. We should not omit extra causes of natural events beyond such as are both true and sufficient to explain the phenomena in question.
And he did that.
Well,
bringing
he?
Mass attraction mass.
Yeah, I don't think he did, right? This is rule 1. This is the rule 1 of the Principia of mathematics, right? Rule 1. We should not admit extra causes of natural events beyond such as are both true and sufficient to explain the phenomena in question. I don't think he did. I really don't. I think people afterwards have said he did.
If I don't know, from what I wrote in this Principia, he invented this mass attracting mass. So he compared it to like magnetism force or whatever. That this is like magnetic attraction. I don't know if it is fake. If I assume that he wrote that. I don't know nothing about whatever, but still Berkeley allegedly answered him, and he allegedly retracted. So that's what I know from these texts. So I don't know, but that's my opinion on that. That it is for me plausible opinion that he did, but I cannot argue for sure. But still, I can bring that as an example of Occam's razor violation.
Yeah.
Because
it does say in Occam's razor is the exact words it says here is it advises that a simple explanation is a better bet than a complex one. It doesn't state that this is a hard and fast rule. It just advises that the simpler is a better bet. Now, as we all know, bets aren't guaranteed, right? So it's just a rule of thumb, isn't it? You know, this one.
Yes, but I think it is not correct quotation from Occam's razor, because there is a sentence in Latin. He left this sentence, and this is the rule of scientific thinking or creating theory. So in this book, I think it is not correct and not exactly what Occam's razor Occam's said, because he just said that you shouldn't create entities beyond necessity while creating theory. So this is what he said. And in this book, it's like interpretation, softening. I think Ockham was rather rigid in his statement. You shouldn't create entities more than necessary. So that's what he said.
Right. And this next bit is going to be the bit that I think most of everybody here is going to be like, what? Because this shows the modern thinking that's been put into this. So, axioms of logical foundations. What this book goes into next. I mean, I don't know why it's done a bit first, where I think it should have started with this, but you may see why, right? It says all logical systems ultimately rest on a set of axioms, statements which are unproven and unprovable (brackets within the system) and taken to be self-evident. The process of proving further statements is then built on these. Traditional logic rests on 3 axioms, the laws of thought.
Yes, first principles of reasoning. So
yeah, it called many different things. I call them the laws of communication, because you can't really discuss anything with anybody if you don't stick to these basic facts, right? Thinking, communication, reasoning, all of these are built on these three things, right? Number one, the principle of identity. A thing is itself. P is P, we say. That thing is that thing. There may be other things like that thing, but only that thing is that thing. Principle of identity.
So for example, if we have many copies of, for example, some picture, but if we are talking about thing as a real object, physical object, we are talking about every single copy of the picture. We are not talking about what is in that picture. So that it is because this is one copy of something. But this is a real thing.
Yeah. Number two, the principle of the excluded middle. Every statement is either true or false. It cannot be sort of true. Through changing circumstances, true statements may cease to be true and false statements may become true. But in the end, my cat is either alive or it's not.
Yes, that would be Hegelian method of consensus.
Yeah, I'd say like the light is either on or off. There's no middle ground in between on and off. And that's what they mean by excluding the middle. There's no iffy part in the middle that may be or whatever. It's either on or off. That's it.
Yes. Back in the day.
Yeah. And number three, well, we'll go over that in a minute. Number three, the principle of non-contradiction. No statement can simultaneously be both true and false. It cannot be true and false that my cat is alive. Contradictory statement. Right? It says, also, these axioms seem self-evident and commonsensical. They do not hold true for every logical system. Say that again.
Just modern.
Yeah. Also, these axioms seem self-evident and commonsensical. They do not hold true for every logical system, as we shall see in the following pages. Proposition 2, the principle of the excluded middle, does not hold true for multi-valued logics. See page 229. And proposition 3 does not hold true when we encounter a paradox. Really? 3, the principle of non-contradiction doesn't apply, right? I'll read that again, right? Proposition 3 does not hold true when we encounter a paradox.
This is just baby logic.
Yeah.
Baby logic. Yes. But still, I am amazed that this author wrote before that the one of the way of proving or disproving is reductio ad absurdum, and this is what we are doing with paradox. And now he is dismissing it. So for me, just I don't understand why he is doing that, because he said before that he wrote that one of the way of proving or disproving is this reduction into absurd. But now he is talking, and in this we are, for example, we can expose contradiction in paradox, but it doesn't follow what he is talking about, this modern logic, this some kind of logic. So they
just get rid of the law of non-contradiction because you found a paradox. Like, you only know it's a paradox because of the contradiction.
Yes, because you land in paradox in the end.
Yeah.
The ending conclusion is paradox. So I don't know why he's even considering this modern logic.
Just get rid of a law of thought because you find a paradox.
Yes.
Like, what? There's only 3 of them.
Yes, and it is redundant now. This third is redundant. Get rid of them.
And here's another one, right? It's not finished yet. Both 2 and 3, that's the principle of the excluded middle and the principle of non-contradiction. Both also run into trouble in quantum theory, particularly if the cat belongs to Schrödinger. A 4th law of thought formally joined the other 3 in the 18th and 19th centuries after a very long journey via Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, Avicenna and Spinoza, though it is too vulnerable to paradox. The principle of sufficient reason. Have you ever heard of this, mate? I've never heard of this.
Yes, this is sufficient reason. It means sufficient cause.
It says nothing exists, happens, or is true without a cause that can make it so. A sufficient cause. Something cannot be self-caused, since it would logically have to precede itself.
Yes,
I wonder why they added that.
This is not added. This is Aristotle.
Yeah.
This is Aristotle. So yes, he is proving, he's talking a lot about causation. So he is yes. So sufficient, and he it is not. He said in 19th century it is very, very long, because in medieval times they knew 4 causes. There is a formal cause, material cause, efficient cause, that would be also sufficient cause, and final cause. So they knew from, I think, from the beginning, these 4 causes, 4 different type of causes. So I don't know why he is talking about that this is lately. This is not lately. This is very long story about causes and causation. So I don't know why he's talking that this is late.
Yeah, it does say, like, the 4th law of thought formally joined the other 3 in the 18th and 19th centuries after a long journey via Plato, Aristotle, Cicero. It shows that it's been going along. Everybody's used it. So I don't know. Literally, I mean, I think this is where the modern part of people writing books comes from.
Yes, I think they have to
put these in.
Just justify this modern inconsistency, and somehow to link it to the past, to look like it is consistent with the past, but it is not.
Yeah,
this is break here, and I think that they are trying to obfuscate this break, this logical break, so to speak.
And then it goes, it says, these 4 axioms are by no means the only possible ones. For example, the 4 developed by Gottfried Leibniz 1646
mathematician.
to 1716. Yeah, Leibniz is one of the well, you'll understand, right?
Modern mathematician.
Yeah, for example, the four developed by Gottfried Leibniz are similar to the traditional axioms, but also show intriguing differences. Right? Intriguing differences. That's what it literally says in the book. Yeah.
It means that I think that they collapse.
Just
collapse. But no, not collapse. Intriguing, let's say inspiring.
Gottfried Leibniz was one of the mental cases that shouldn't really have took on this thing. This the parallels, the non-Euclidean thinking, to step out of that realm, right? So this is the forerunner of how you do, how you get to that stage, is by doing things like this, what he's doing. Let's see if we spot any of them, right? Principle of identity, A equals A, I am myself. That one stays the same. Nobody's ever tried to bother with the law of identity, have they?
Back in the day, then yes, maybe not Leibniz yet, but now,
nowadays, obviously, Brenderisms and stuff like that, right? Number 2, if bracket all A is B and brackets all B is C, then brackets all A is C. E.g., if all women are human beings and all human beings are mortal, then all women are mortal. A, B's and C's, that's one of the fundamental things of
yes, but this is the same. This is
it's in Euclid, isn't it? Yeah.
And in Aristotle, this all men are mortals. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. Nothing new here.
He just did it with A's, B's, and C's.
Yes, but this is normal syllogism. Yes.
Number 3, something cannot be its own negation. A is not A. So if I am mortal, I am not immortal. Not non-immortal. Not non-mortal.
Yes, but this is not. It is referred to this Leibniz.
Yes.
So he is stole from the past, because this is not new.
It just looks exactly the same as the non-contradiction. Something can't be its own negation.
Double negation. Yes, and it is known from the ancient history. So I think that these people just were trying to repeat what, for example, Aristotle said, and to ascribe to them. We are the great. I invented
I don't think so. I think there's a subtle change in the wordings that can make people obfuscate with rhetoric, right? These are rewrote for rhetorical reasons, I think, purposely, to confuse people, because they're the same, but they're wrote in a different way. It just doesn't seem natural, like the old original way of Aristotle doing these things. Maybe a little bit formal, and maybe but all of the words that they used back then were necessities, right? It was formed perfectly. These people to be messing about with it within mathematics as well. You know, like some mathematician going, oh, I'm not too sure about this. Well, perhaps if we just rewrite it a bit. It's like,
Yes, this process started then, yes.
Yeah.
So, and it is ongoing, and now is galloping.
Yeah.
Then it was crawling only, but now we have galloping.
Yeah, we can build upon this and more and more and more, and there's centuries of stuff from this to expand people's minds. Really, they're just to change the fundamentals. And it says number 4 is a positive statement of identity is equivalent to its reverse negation. I'll say that again, right? Because this is what they've done with it lyrically. A positive statement of identity is equivalent to its reversed negation.
Reversed negation means affirming, like negation of negation. So double negation.
Yeah. So it's got A equals B is equivalent to brackets not B equals not A. This is a contraposition. So if I am a human being, then that is what is not a human being is not me. It's just literally a way to confuse people within a conversation that later on people like Brenda and all of the Globers will be able to use in a way to just confuse people within rhetoric. If you keep saying these things and don't let anybody get a grip of what you're actually saying, it can sound like a string of incoherent nonsense that nobody actually understands. And then it's got a little bit underneath here, right? That it's got a woman and a bloke sat on a sofa. It says, well, if you insist on using logic, I see little point in continuing this argument. That's the woman saying to the bloke. If you insist on using logic, I see little point in continuing this argument.
This is contradictory statement because you cannot convey illogical argument.
Yeah, you can't have an argument without logic.
So this woman was asking opponent to convey illogical argument. Then we can proceed.
It goes through a load of logical problems, paradoxes. We don't need to bother about that. Right, now it goes to extended logic. Let's see what's just before that. Propositional logic. That's just statements and lines.
Oh, modern propositional logic.
Yeah. Well, this one here, it says extended logics. And this, I'm guessing this is what we have to deal with. In the real world, things are rarely as binary as true or false. So in the 20th century, logicians like C.I. Lewis, Ruth Barkan, Lofty Zede, and Saul Kripke extended predicate and propositional logic, making it more nuanced. You know you're in for some fun now.
Nuance means excluded middle erased.
Yeah. So we've got these are the extended logics, the ones that we're dealing with talking to people nowadays. Modal logic applies qualifiers to logical statements. These qualifiers come in a number of different kinds. Alethic, measure certainty, possibly, contingently, and necessarily true. Deontic, consider ethical concepts, obligatory, ought, forbidden, epistemic, deal with states of knowledge, that is known that, or unknown. Doxastic handle states of belief, X thinks that, will always think that. Temporal, qualify in terms of time, was true, will be true. And probabilistic deals with degrees of likelihood, probable, unlikely. Modal logics are useful for analysing everyday philosophies with their embedded webs of possible / impossible, permissible / impermissible, and necessary / contingent concepts. Take the tricky future conditional. If it rains tomorrow, I shall stay at home. Its truth value is impossible to determine before tomorrow comes, unless we admit modals like probable. Other arguments, like the ontological argument for the existence of God, rely on the modals possible and necessary / must. Modal logic can also treat ethical or aesthetic questions which lie outside the purview of traditional logic. Mary believes that if you are beautiful, you ought to be generous and kind. But there's not enough space to show the algebra for that statement here. Then it's got fuzzy logic, deals with grey areas of truth using a brackets sometimes infinite number of values between true and false, e.g. from a survey. And then it says very true, mostly true, partially true, not true at all. From a survey.
Yes, so this would mean that they are talking about vernacular expressions and they are turning them into logic somehow. But this is just not working. I know people are talking that this is mostly true. This is vernacular, and we don't expect that this should be very logical statement. But in logic, it cannot be that way.
Yeah.
So for me, at least.
It's to allow people who aren't logicians to be involved as though they are logicians, I think.
They will think that I am not so stupid. So I am also logician.
It does say, fuzzy logic is useful in the real and messy world and allows logicians to work with statisticians, risk analysis, and other information crunchers. It's just for computers, really. That's why this was, well, I don't think not just this reason, but it's to allow computers into this. Quantum logic, that's the end of that fuzzy logic. It probably go over it a bit later, but I don't know whether we should be doing or not. I think if we can concentrate on the old, then I suppose we could have a conversation about it. But that fuzzy logic messes you up. That's where diletheism is. That's where diletheism came in. Triletheism.
For me, this is not logic.
No,
it's called logic, like science fiction. It has science inside, but this is not true. So some fuzzy logic cannot be fuzzy.
No, just listen to the way it's said. Fuzzy logic. Come on.
Yes, so or like quantum. Quantum, it means we are counting probability.
Yeah, that's what it's got. The next one, quantum logic, permits qubits to exist in a superposition of 1 and 0, truth and falsity, until the system is observed. Shor's algorithm shows quantum computers to discover the answer to difficult questions without having to calculate. They simply freeze at the right answer. Mathematical physicist Roger Penrose, crazy man, has suggested our brains may likewise operate as quantum systems, explaining human intuition.
Great man. Great.
Wow.
The great one.
Wow. Could you not just explain it with logos? I'd like to choose logos for that rather than quantum.
Yes, but logos is operating in normal logic. So I would say that it would be pseudo logos in that Penrose version.
Yeah. It says the mysterious relationship between reality and language we use to describe it is at the core of the logical process, right? This is out right after the quantum bit. The mysterious relationship between reality and the language we use to describe it is at the core of the logical process. Listen to this. This is Alice in Wonderland, right? C.S. Lewis Carroll. There's glory for you. I don't know what you mean by glory, Alice said. Humpty Dumpty smiled contemptuously. Of course you don't. Till I tell you. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said, in rather a scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean. Neither more nor less. Where have you heard that before? I'll go over it again. There's glory for you. So that's Humpty Dumpty, right? There's glory for you. I don't know what you mean by glory, Alice said. Humpty Dumpty smiled contemptuously. Of course you don't. Till I tell you. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said, in rather scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean. Nothing, neither more nor less.
Yes, so this is pure sophistry and rather mockery of the mind, because he chooses so he's changing definition, but of the meaning of the word, but not by just explaining what it means at this time, but just, for example, changing intonation. So for me, this is not logic at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, literally, I think that they put that in afterwards just to show that people know that they're just making shit up.
Yes.
Literally.
I would say that in this example of Alice in Wonderland, it would be just like wizardry, spelling curses, for example.
Yeah. Because then it follows it by this statement, right? Human infants acquire language fast and often ask why, as soon as they can talk, thus both engaging in inductive reasoning, brackets causes and effects, and associating words with things. Considering this mystery, the German philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein eventually concluded, whereof one cannot speak, therefore thereof one must remain silent. Say it again. Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must remain silent. Basically, if you don't know anything about it, shut your mouth. It's not worth talking about it. And I think that's one of the things that we have to deal with round here, right? We're often said, people come in wanting to tell us what other people think of a model or whatever. You don't actually know what other people think. Nobody knows what other people think. You should always talk to other people. Only the person that's talking should be talking for themselves, not anybody else.
Yes, but people like to talk about things that they have only vague idea about them.
Mm-hmm.
But they think they know everything. So sometimes it is very difficult because you are talking to a person who is exposed as ignorant, for example, but he still believes that he is very wise and very educated on that topic. For example of this model, for example, globe model, like many, for example, flat earthers or whatever, not globers, have to explain globe model to the glober because he knows less than the opponent. So this is just sometimes funny but silly at the same time.
Oh, right, here we go. Somebody was on about trying to form a syllogism. I don't know whether it'd be worth it because I think the all statement for horizontals would be fine as a modus ponens. I mean, that's best wrote as a modus ponens, I think, with the black swan in mind. Now, there are other syllogisms that can be done. And this is from the book The Trivium, Liberal Arts of Logic, Grammar and Rhetoric by Sister Miriam Joseph. I've only literally just opened this up today to have a look in it. These are the rules of syllogisms in order to develop a syllogism into a logical argument, obviously. Because there are a group of people that say that they don't have an argument, but they're saying that arguments aren't arguments now to get around these things. So these are rules within this book, Sister Miriam Joseph, of how to govern the rules that govern the syllogism. Rules of the syllogism and formal fallacies. The following rules govern the syllogism. Rule 1. A syllogism must contain 3 and only 3 terms. The fallacy that results from violating this rule is 4 terms. Going over.
Yes. So, for example, in this Dodo paradox, what Baby brought, we have pre-assumption that Dodo don't exist. Dodos don't exist. So, if you are not taking into account this, then you can go with existing Dodo. But if you have this pre-assumption, it makes it first premise. So it cannot be. So that's why this paradox is. It shows invalidity in formal sense also because it has too many sentences inside. But this is, for example, why it has to be 3. Because it has to prove one thing, not many things at once, but one thing. That's
it has a middle, doesn't it?
Yes, middle. Yes,
you can't have a middle if there's 4.
Yes, because it is too many. Because you have, if you have 4, for example, your syllogism will be from 1 to 3. And therefore, fourth is this conclusion from 4th sentence is redundant. Or if you have a syllogism from a 2nd sentence to 4th, therefore your first sentence will be out. Like, for example, this pre-assumption of non-existing dodos. So you can just throw it out. That's why only three. That's why baby is wrong. And he admitted that three only sentences. I first, before that book, I heard from him. On Blues, he was talking about syllogism that has to contain only three sentences. So when he brought this dodo paradox, he violated this rule. But this is old story.
Right, then rule number 2. A syllogism must contain 3 and only 3 propositions. The fallacy that results in violating this rule is 4 propositions. Pretty similar to the terms. Rule 3. The middle term must be distributed in at least one of the premises, because it must serve as the logical whole on which the principles of syllogistic reasoning is based. A fallacy that results from violating this rule is undistributed middle term. So the middle term must link at least one of the things either side of it.
Yes, subject or predication.
Yep.
Otherwise, it would be non sequitur. Just so.
Rule number 4. No term may be distributed in the conclusion which was undistributed in its own premise. A fallacy that results from violating this rule is illicit process of the major term or of the minor term. Note that the term that is distributed in its premise may, however, be undistributed in the conclusion, for it is not an illicit process to take out something less than there is in it. There cannot be an illicit process of the middle term, for the 2 premises are independent. One premise is not derived from the other, as the conclusion is derived from the 2 premises. Okay, yeah. Rule 5. From 2 negative premises, no conclusion can be drawn. One cannot infer a relation between 2 given terms unless at least one of them is related to a common third term. This is the very principle on which syllogistic reasoning is based. The fallacy that results from violating this rule is 2 negative premises. Now, this is one of the things we've been saying for quite a while. We want to be more positive because there's too much negativity in the arguments or whatever. You know, the discussions is always negative coming from it. So we want to try and be more positive.
Yes.
This is stating basically that, right? You have to be positive within your syllogisms. Otherwise, it just doesn't work.
Yes, for example, a perfect example would be Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry. What it is, we don't know, but we know that it is not Euclidean. So you cannot create any normal syllogism from that premise that we operating with non-Euclidean geometry. You cannot create any syllogism from that because we don't know what it is. We don't know what premise is. Non-Euclidean geometry, it cannot be a premise to any inferring. So that's why you cannot just give negatives as a premises, because what we are talking about, don't know.
it says rule 6. If one premise is negative, the conclusion must be negative. Conversely, in order to prove a negative conclusion, one premise must be negative. If one term is included in the middle term and the other is excluded from it, the two terms in the conclusion must accordingly be excluded from each other. A fallacy that results from violating this rule is a negative conclusion without a negative premise. Sounds pretty straightforward, right? Very mathematical based within it. In order to have a negative at the end, you must put a negative within your initial statements.
Yes. You cannot have a minus from two pluses.
Rule 7. From two partial or singular or contingent premises, no conclusion can be drawn. This is a corollary of rules 3, 5, and 6. The fallacy results from violating this rule is two partial or contingent premises. 3, middle term must be distributed. 2 negative, and 1 premise is negative. Rule 8. If one premise is partial, the conclusion must be partial. This is a corollary of rule 3 and 4. The fallacy results from violating this rule is general conclusion of a syllogism with one or more partial premises. Rule 9. If one premise is contingent, the conclusion must be non-contingent in order to prove a necessary conclusion. Both premises must be necessary in modality. The fallacy that results from violating this rule as a necessary or categorical conclusion with contingent premise. Premise is contingent. The conclusion must be contingent. Rule 10. If one or both premises are empirical, the conclusion must be empirical. In order to prove a general conclusion, both premises must be general propositions. The fallacy that results from violating this rule is a general conclusion with an empirical premise.
Or like an experiment, you have to assume cause. You have to know that cause, even if it is a guess. Because cause is a major premise. So your effect is from doing that. You are just doing this cause. So you cannot say that you concluded cause because you already assumed that. You just checked if it is true in that instance or not. But yes, so that's how it works. For example, it should work in physics.
Yeah, I think we could quite easily do these syllogisms into a realistic argument. We could cover all of the bases. I mean, this sort of stuff should be quite simple for us to move into newer arguments and stuff. And then I got, yeah, I've opened this book up here. Posterior Analytics, Book 1, Upon the Nature of Demonstration. This is Aristotle, the Organon. Book 1, Chapter 1, the posterior analytics. It says all doctrine and all intellectual discipline arise from pre-existent knowledge. Now this is evident if we survey them all, for both mathematical sciences are obtained in this manner, and also each of the other arts. Now this is evident if we survey them all, for both mathematical sciences are obtained in this manner, and also each of the other arts. It is the same also with arguments, as well those which result through syllogisms, as those which are formed through induction, for both teach through things previously known, the one assuming as if from those who understood them, the other demonstrating the universal by that which is evident as to the singular. Likewise also do rhetoricians persuade, for they do so either through examples, which is induction, or through enthymemes, which is syllogism. It is necessary, however, to possess previous knowledge in a twofold respect. For with some things we must presuppose that they are, but with others we must understand what that is which is being spoken of, and with others both must be known. As for instance, we must preassume that of everything it is true to affirm or deny that it is, but of a triangle that it signifies so and so, and of the monad we must know both what is signifies and that it is, for each of these is not manifest to us in a similar manner. I'm going to have to read through this. This is heavy reading. Heavy.
Yes, but it requires focus. So because in that kind of writings, many times I just had to close my eyes and trying to imagine what he's depicting. Or sometimes he's giving, and other logicians, old date logicians are giving examples. So very simple examples, and my work to understand what he is talking about, for example, is just trying to imagine these examples. If he is giving examples for something, but sometimes he is not, and this is the point when sometimes I have to sit down and just to sleep with that, not understanding fully what he's talking about, but maybe next day it will click.
Yeah,
so
well,
sometimes
it's forming, right? The point that I was trying to get to, because I think a lot of these things, they always, when they want to try and describe these things and this way of knowledge and the way of them knowing things, they always go to geometry. And so does Aristotle here in this.
Yes, because you can imagine that.
He says it is possible, however, to know from knowing some things previously and receiving the knowledge of others at the time as of things which are contained under universals and which a man possesses knowledge. For he knew before that every triangle has angles equal to 2 right angles. But that is which is in a semicircle is a triangle. he knew by induction at the same time. So, like, that's Aristotle saying that men knew that triangles have the sum of two right angles.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
But as certain knowledge, right? It's a known thing, but not nowadays.
Yes, but still, you can prove, even if this is, you have intuition that you are right. You can still create proof for that, and this is what Euclid is doing. He is proving things, even if they are obvious. They are creating proper syllogism for a thing that is seemingly obvious. So yes, because now you do, before the syllogism, you know that it is correct or right, but you don't know why.
Yeah.
But if you are creating proper syllogism for that, you have full knowledge not only about object, but full knowledge, full skill about this particular argument. So this is different. For example, it is useful in teaching someone. So because if someone has intuition and intuitive knowledge, it is many times it is very difficult to teach someone because you don't understand what you know or the way you know. So it is very good to understand fully what you know via syllogism. So I found it very useful in teaching.
Yeah. It says, for some things, knowledge is acquired after this manner, nor is it the extreme known through the middle. When he's talking about that, he's talking about the middle through the syllogism, the thinking part. Perhaps, however, we must confess that we possess knowledge after a certain manner, before induction, or as the assumption of a syllogism, but in another manner not. For what a man is ignorant about its existence at all, how could he know at all that it has two right angles? But it is evident that he thus knows, because he knows the universal, but singularly he does not know it. Still, if this not be admitted, the doubt which is mentioned in the Minnow will occur. Either he will learns nothing, or those things which he knows. For he must not say, as some endeavour to solve the doubt, do you know that every duad is in a number or not? I think this is wrote in a way that it induces thought, doesn't it? It makes you try and reason what he's talking about, but it's within the wording of it all. Translation.
Yes, I think it is. I think it is very hard to translate Greek philosophy and like Aristotle, because he was precise in his words, basically. So it is hard to translate properly. But yes, he is talking about that we can sometimes we cannot name what we know, or we for example, we know the particular example, but we still don't know the principle which is ruling this. For example, like this principle of triangle. We know that triangle has 180 degree, but and this is certain knowledge, but we cannot prove it, for example. Why it is? Why it has to be that way? The triangle has to have 180 degree. So we have two kinds of knowledge. Particular, yes. If we have triangle drawn on the piece of paper, we know that this triangle has 190 degree.
Well,
this is our knowledge.
You know triangles have 180 degrees, but that
Yes.
triangle there, can you be sure of it? But other than the knowing that the universal, all triangles have 180 degrees. But that particular singular triangle there, how can you be sure of it other than knowing that the universal triangles have 180 degrees, right? It's a knowing, but a not knowing at the same time. I think.
Yes,
yeah.
but still, you have if you have universal, that this is your universal knowledge, but still not full, because the statement that all triangles have 180 degrees, it's like delivered opinion. But if you know why they have that number, this is different, because it means that in Aristotelian sense, you know the cause. Because if you know why, it means you know the cause. So if you know the cause, why triangles have 180 degrees, in Aristotle point of view of knowledge, this is the best knowledge you can have ever. To know cause of the thing, why they have, and why they have to have 180 degree. And that's why, for example, Euclid create proofs for that, and we know this is the best knowledge we can have. Why they have to have this this number, and for example, why squares have to have 360 degrees, for example. We know that it's obvious, but why? We can prove it. It can be proven, and when you can create this proof, this syllogism, this is you not only know that squares have that number, but you know why.
Yeah. Yeah, you also have the proof for that, right? You can know something, and then you can still develop a syllogism for it, right, to prove it. But that doesn't stop you from knowing it without the syllogism.
Yes, but this is better knowledge. You know, better knowledge, because you can, of course, you can measure angles and a triangle, and let's say yes, it is correct. But the knowing why they have to have, not only that particular, but all, why all triangles have to have 180 degree, because this is the statement, all triangles. Why? What causes that they have to have 180 degree? And when you can answer this question, to creating proof for that, you have best knowledge. You cannot have better than best.
I guess I put this down because in the idea that you know something, there is always a way for you to build a logical statement to back that knowing up.
Yes, to gain full knowledge, and in words of Aristotle, certain knowledge.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, if you cannot prove to yourself by syllogism something, your knowledge is not perfect. Perfect knowledge for Aristotle was when you can prove it to yourself, that you really understand what you are knowing about the thing and the cause of the thing. So you know everything about that thing. So by proving for yourself, of course.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start reading a fair bit of this. It says in here, to bring this back to what we're on about. We're on about the argument. And in order to build an argument, you must have a knowledge of that thing that you're building the argument around, because the argument is based upon something. It wants to get a message across. It wants to put some sort of formulation in your mind for you to be able to reason an outcome. That's what the argument does. Now, this particular book, Aristotle's Organon, is talking about science a lot. But he's not talking about science that most people imagine. He's talking about science as in gaining knowledge. That's it. That's all science is. That's all science should be today also. It's meant to be the way to bring knowledge forth. And this says, right, true science requires first that the cause of a thing be known, i.e., that the middle term be the cause of the conclusion. The second, that the cause can be compared with the effect, so that we know it to be the cause of the conclusion. Third, that we know the conclusion to subsist thus necessarily, and that it cannot subsist otherwise.
Yes, so this cause has to be, it is called efficient cause. It has to, necessary cause. It has to be this cause. Without this cause, it will not happen.
Yeah. And that's how to build your syllogism through the middle term, linking the two parts together with a reasoning process. And because these are words that are wrote out in sentences, statements, I don't know whatever you call it a sentence, right? It's just three sentences put together, where the middle one causes you to apply reasoning to link the first one and the last one through the middle one.
Correct. Yes.
That's it. That's how simple making an argument is. And if you have a knowledge of a something, then it's very easy to link sentences together to have that reasoning process that you already know. You have a knowledge of it. So therefore, you should easily be able to build up an argument surrounding that thing for other people to think about, reason for themselves. That way, you're not giving them information. They're reasoning their own conclusions. And it can be discussed about. It can be talked about as to where the problems are, where certain people's problems are, right? And that's the argument, is the discussion that goes backwards and forwards over these sentences that are put together. Now, there's a group of people that are saying that some very, very simple statements, sentences, arguments that are being put together aren't actual arguments. Well, that's their cognitive problem, right? Not ours.
From that point, you can go nowhere.
Yeah.
So this is just stopping point. I'm not, I cannot name it properly, but just stop. You cannot move anywhere.
Yeah, these the people that are saying that are obviously saying that for their own cognitive dissonance regions, right? They are unable to access this argument. They're unable to see it. They've been veiled.
Yes, or just sometimes willingly not wanting to
Yeah.
to access, just reluctant. No, this is not for me. I cannot accept that.
Well, yeah, I think people think other people are like they are. So a reasoned person like you, Paper, cannot see how people cannot be reasoned. I think I've seen a lot of different types of people and things and whatnot, and
Yes, I agree. I am not saying that everyone, but there are some people that are able to understand and they are willingly refuse. But of course, sometimes people are not able to understand, but in process of understanding, they are starting to realize, for example, that it will destroy their model or worldview or whatever. And they are just stopping. No, I am not going to understand that because I suspect it would violate my worldview. So they are just cutting off from reasoning without understanding and on early stage.
yeah,
To just not to get involved.
I think there's that, and there's also an element of the cognitive brain doing that automatically.
Yes, blocking, just blocking. So opinion, for example, established opinion is so strong, it can be very illogical, but very strong, like from childhood or whatever. And this is so strong, so this is blocking just all logic, because this would violate. So it is blocking at the start. So it is very hard to convince that kind of people to anything. If he has a very strong opinion, stupid, for example, opinion on something, like, for example, superstition, you will not convince him to act reasonable because he has superstition. So what can you do?
Right. It's just this. I've just checked Twitter, and this is something I have to point out because obviously there's a lot of things gone on and a lot of stuff that's being said out there by this group of people. I know there's not many people watching now, so nobody's really going to bother. But this guy here, he's a Twitter troll, useless Twitter troll, but like a lying Twitter troll. Who's heard other things from other people, right? So he's making a list. It says, I'm not a flat earther. He's put an X. He's talking about me. I'm not a flat earther. Never have been a flat earther. So he's got that wrong. The next one. I've never been a flat earther. I've never been a flat earther. I'll say it again. I never have been a flat earther. Never was a flat earther and never will be a flat earther. So that's another lie by him. He's put an X on it. I don't know who Jeren is. I didn't say that. I said I don't know Jeren. I know of Jeren, but I don't know Jeren. He's completely mixed that one up. I never said I didn't know who Jeren was. I just said I don't know Jeren. I've never talked to him.
This is the way how sophists work. So this is normal operation. Just changing preposition or adding one letter or comma and changing meaning. This is very, very old.
And then the next one, I don't have a Discord server. I don't. This isn't my Discord server, it's my son's. The one we were at earlier, they used to be at, Emma's. Nips, the one, that's DP's. I don't have a Discord server. I have no need to have a Discord server. Other people have Discord servers. We just come here and do the shows from this Discord server. No problem. The next one, I don't sell t-shirts. Well, I don't sell t-shirts. He's put a picture down there of a t-shirt that says I am Bev on it. I didn't do that t-shirt. That was DP. That's DP's t-shirt shop. It's still active. It's still DP's t-shirt shop. It's never been my t-shirt shop. I don't sell t-shirts. Not yet, anyway. All of the t-shirts that ever got sold were for DP. Not me. Nobody got any of the profits for any of that other than DP. The t-shirt shop was DP's t-shirt shop, not mine. Other people should be honest about the t-shirt shop, but they're not. Because they're just not honest about things. A lot of people made money from the t-shirts. Not me, not my t-shirt shop. I never made any money from the t-shirts being sold. In fact, I bought t-shirts. I spent money on the t-shirts. I didn't get any of the profits for it. Never have. Never will. It's DP's. DP made all of the money from the t-shirts. Does everybody understand that? Not me. DP. So that guy there who's putting an X on all of those things, they're not true, right? I'm not a flat earther. I have never been a flat earther. I don't know Jeren. I've never talked to him. I would like to talk to Jeren, but I never have. I don't know him. I don't have a Discord server, although I am in a Discord server, and I do like to promote the Discord server. Just like when I was promoting DP's t-shirt range for DP, not for me. I like to promote the people that we have around here because this thing that we do here is for everybody as a group. There's no individual that runs anything in this group apart from, well, DP's not here anymore. DP did all of the t-shirt stuff. That was DP's. DP liked to make a big deal about doing all of the memes and the artwork and everything. That DP wanted to do that. That's all DP. He's not here anymore. He's gone. He's still got the t-shirt shop. It's still up and running. So if you want to give DP any of your money, go and buy a t-shirt from DP's t-shirt shop. It's not ours. He didn't leave it here. He took it with him. Took all of it with him. So, t-shirts are not mine. Yet. I might make a t-shirt shop because I think it's needed. Okay, trolls?
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, there's a few good t-shirt slogans that we could definitely have and put them on t-shirts. Yeah, I'll go over Twitter. There's been a few things on Twitter today. These people have been going over. Let's see this one. This one's Farmer's Boy. I say triangles only have 180 degrees. Surely you can't deny the proof that triangles only have 180 degrees, can you? And I'm talking to Roger Peachy, Farmer's Boy, the boy. He says, there he goes, pretending non-planar geometry doesn't exist. I'm not pretending. It definitely doesn't exist. Exist meaning being a thing in reality. Existence in reality. Not existence as a thought or a concept. An existence in reality. Non-planar geometry. What's that?
This is back to this about logic. You cannot create syllogism because non-planar geometry and doesn't exist. So how to prove non-existence of non-something? So this is very, very difficult task because you have to have at least one premise positive. So from this you cannot create. Non-planar means not planar. So what can you do? And if doesn't exist, or is existent, so it cannot exist as non-planar. It have to exist as something.
Yeah. Can't exist as a negative.
Yes. So just nonsense.
Yeah. And then this one, I mean, this is typical of what occurs within this. Chaiki says, Teabag, the guy that came in looking for a 13-year-old boy, actually the 13-year-old boy that Chaiki's going to be talking about, says he knows that. He knows how outclassed he is, but he gets to live in some way as an authority among the Bevonites. I haven't got a clue what that means. Absolutely ridiculous. But Chaiki says, if he did know it, he would not F up his son's life for teaching him basic truth. Like, so Chaiki has took me saying to my son, I'm teaching him basic truths in reality to help him get a way through. Chaiki's saying that is effing up my son's life. He says, go on.
For me, this is sick because it means that in that society, it is illicit to do that. But for example, for me, teaching truth my children means I am willing them good, and for Chaiki it is not good. So I wonder in what kind of society he is living when this is not allowed, or it is very bad looking. So I don't understand, but it is telling about Chaiki. Yes, very, very telling.
Yeah, this is Chaiki and his new friends on Twitter. He says, because this is Chaiki, remember? He says, since I don't think he's do it deliberately, the only conclusion I can draw is that he is sick in the head. But hey, I'm just gaslighting. That's Chaiki, admitting he's gaslighting. Plato Chips says, I agree, there is something amiss. he certainly has narcissistic tendencies. Whether it is to the extent of a PD. What's a PD?
I have no idea.
Is that a psychological disorder?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe Chaiki and Plato, who are both obsessed with me on their Twitter accounts, maybe they're the ones that are diagnosing a psychological disorder on me. I don't know. It's certainly impacting the lives of those around him. So it's a possibility, says some random dude on Twitter. Getting into my family business. I don't know why. He's never been round here. He doesn't know us. He's never even talked to us. This dude will not talk. And yet he wants to imagine that this dude is going to imagine that he's going to debate. Nobody knows who he is. There's loads of these random nobodies on Twitter and Discord and YouTube that imagine that they know a lot of stuff about a lot of people and a lot of things that they absolutely know nothing. It's getting a little bit worrying, let's say. And look at this one here. We've got one. These are all the people that are going a little bit wild because of the horizontal being parallel argument. The argument. McToon says all horizontals being parallel requires measurements. Where are they? And then some name. Where are the measurements supporting all horizontals being parallel?
Measurements, I will see. I can see that.
Yeah.
I can just set level, for example, at the beach, water level, and or a carpenter level, and compare it to horizon. They will align.
Yeah.
So they are parallel. So how to measure? Yes, it is very, very simple stuff.
Yeah, you just establish a horizontal. Where's the measurements? But like I say, it's geometric. Or do you mean the measurements taken on the vertical datum to establish elevation data? Because those measurements have definitely been taken. That's how we come up with elevation data and elevation profiles, elevation measurements, elevation heights of the land. They're all precisely known. And we know how they do get measured. But strangely enough, they never want to talk about that. They ask for stuff, but then can never see the answer. This is the paralogism, veiled paralogism, that they ask a question, but they cannot receive the answer. They would never be able to receive the answer because the answer comes forward as an argument, and they can't see arguments. They can't see proofs. They can't see evidence that goes against their model. It's just not possible. They cannot see it. So that's McToon dicking about, asking for stuff. There's people asking for debates, people wanting to debate, people wanting McToon to be the moderator, like Steve McRae was the moderator. And Red's Rhetoric was the guy asking questions. So was Steve McRae. So will McToon. I know what's coming from all of this. And if anybody does literally want to have a debate, I don't care where. I don't care. because I know the procedure and the way it goes. It always goes like we showed with Red's rhetoric. I'll go with it. Doesn't matter.
They didn't address,
Yeah.
In fact, this argument at all.
It will be more and more evident every time that we do this, how they cannot address the actual argument that's been presented. And I can tell you that for a fact. They cannot do that. They never will be able to do it. That's why there will never be any more debates. Everybody that wants to debate me right now, the ones that are saying, oh, I've never had a debate before, you come and debate me. They won't let anybody do that. I really want to do it. I want to debate people about these things. I want to put forward more arguments. I've got loads more arguments to put forward. Loads. But this globe machine that is around won't let it happen. There's something going on where they have to hide it. They have to veil it.
Yes, because, propaganda is not going with logic very well. So it may be harmful for propaganda. So I think that's why they are just very careful with debates, because if this debate can support propaganda, like, for example, ridiculing opponent and personal attacks, so it supports. But the logical conversation would rather not support this globe insanity. So I think that's why they are avoiding the real debate, because in the real debate this model would be just destroyed. So of course it is not good for propaganda. I think that they cannot allow to lose debate in their mind, at least. So they always will claim victory with that kind of debates, as, for example, like you in Red's rhetoric, that not addressing the point. I would say that it is best tactic that they can use, because addressing your argument would lead to disaster for them. That's why they don't address points. It is normal tactics for sophistry. So nothing new here.
Yeah, this one, Teabag says, what needs to be a debate is Bev is a flat earther. He needs to defend the position that he is not a flat earther. Dead easy. I'm pretty much done that all the time. I'm not a flat earther. Why should I need to defend that position? Because a lot of people keep pointing fingers at me saying I am, but I'm obviously not. I have a proof I'm not. I've pretty much shown Reds that proof. And the extension, the corollaries from that. And then Devil's Replacement, who is in this server, I think. So shout out if you're listening. He said it would be great, but then he'd just come across as a flat earther to the entire audience and all viewers ever watching it, because he does believe it's a flat plane with things on top. He doesn't believe it. He knows it's not. He does know that level is horizontal. And like he's always said, that's the original statement that I came into this with. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It's never changed. If that's what everybody wants to start calling a flat earther, then go ahead. Do it. Start telling everybody that that's what makes you a flat earther. If you think level is horizontal, that makes you a flat earther. Brilliant. Off you go. Doesn't bother me. Won't change the fact that level is horizontal. And Plato Chips says, it would just be a repeat of the non-sex show with him describing a flat earth. And when did I describe a flat earth? Just said about horizontals being parallel. But refusing to use the F word. It would be pointless. If he had evidence, then he'd present it. And we saw last Friday that he won't even use the output of the supposed tests he's done. Well, that's where I was hoping to get to. That's where I always hope to get to explain the Realising Euclid Tests. But I thought I couldn't just jump in with the Realising Euclid Tests. Everybody needs to know where this beginning of an argument starts. The Realising Euclid Tests are the proof for the horizontals being parallel statement. They follow each other, steps, step by step by step, proof on proof on proof. The first one is to get everybody to understand that all horizontals are parallel. At the point everybody says all horizontals aren't parallel, then, well, we can start talking about the straight line test of Euclid, book 11, proposition 1. That would show that a horizontal is a straight line. Then we could build on that to show that two of them are parallel to each other, both being a straight line. It's simple. There's no tilt to a horizontal. And I keep saying to these people, McToon, Red's Rhetoric, Steve McRae, Fight the Flat Earth, I don't know who else there is. Who else? I Can Science That. All of these people, they cannot accept this basic truth in reality. Horizontals are parallel and level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That's it. Simple. Done. Anybody wants to come and discuss it? We've got arguments. We've got endless arguments all based around the same thing. We can prove all of the things that we talk about. Bring it on. Give us a chance. See if you can. Test yourself. You know you want to. Come for a discussion. Come for a conversation. 'Tis all we ask. Thank you very much. I think that's the end of it for tonight. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow, Trivium. Wednesday. We'll see what we can do with that. Hopefully Kevin's around. Not too busy tomorrow. We'll try and I think we're gonna have to build upon the argument. The Black Swan. Point out how these guys, if they want to, McToon, if you want to try, Conspiracy Cats also, he's been around. If he wants to come and have a discussion about an argument, if you want to put up your own arguments together.
Would be hard for Globbers to put them together because they are tearing apart immediately. So it is rather impossible, but yes, they can try.
Yeah.
They can try.
I mean, anyone can come here and have a discussion with us about our arguments. Any of us will be able to talk about any of that sort of stuff. just come into the Discord, click on the Discord link, create an account. Should be quite easy. Everybody has internet accounts. If you don't want to talk on Discord, let us know where else. We're open to other conversations. That's all we're after, really, is conversations with people about these sort of things. The more conversations we have, the more we learn. That's the way it goes. That's what we're all about here. That's why we have an open Discord channel, so anybody can come in and have a discussion. We're not trying to hide away from anyone. Although everybody's leaving us, nobody really wants to come and have a chat with us or a discussion with us. They just want to talk about us. Maybe want to listen to other people. Yeah, I'd say come and find out for yourself. Don't take other people's words for it. You may find that other people were wrong. Come in, have a discussion, and we'll see where we go from there. Maybe we can all learn something from each other. That's the idea of what we're doing here. So, Logos. It's got to have to be Logos again. Join us tomorrow. Anybody got any final words? It's been a bit of a tough one, hasn't it?
It's too late for me to have a concise word or statement.
Okay. Join us tomorrow. We'll see what we can do about the trivium, and it'll be based around the argument again. I'll try and write it out. We'll get it. It's going to be big. I think we might even set up a t-shirt shop and get t-shirts printed with the argument. Something the globe will never have. Okay. Thank you. Join us tomorrow. More of this. And if you want to get involved, pop on into the Discord. Send us a message or something. If you want to hear us talk about something, let us know what it is. Otherwise, we're just freestyling this shit. It's getting better, though. Thank you very much for people for listening, for watching, sticking with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Trivium night. What's the singing out?
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.